Dear listeners, this channel publishes only full and exclusive audio stories. Please subscribe and like them if you enjoy them.
The Library That Opened After Midnight. Chapter 1: The Door Between the Shelves. The rain had been falling since late afternoon. Not hard enough to cause concern. Not dramatic enough to become a storm. It simply existed, steady and patient, brushing softly against windows, darkening sidewalks, and covering the city in a thin layer of silver reflection. Claire watched it from the bus. Drops crawled slowly down the glass beside her seat. Outside, people hurried beneath umbrellas. Headlights stretched across wet pavement. Storefronts glowed through the mist like distant lanterns. Everything looked familiar. That was the problem. Every street. Every face. Every conversation. Every Tuesday evening that felt exactly like every Tuesday evening before it. Claire rested her forehead lightly against the cool window. 47. She wasn't unhappy. That was what made the feeling difficult to explain. If someone had asked, she could have listed many good things. A stable job. A pleasant apartment. Reasonable health. Enough money to pay bills without worry. No major disasters. No great heartbreak. And yet, somewhere during the years, life had become smaller. Not physically. Emotionally. Days arrived already understood. Weeks unfolded according to schedule. The future looked like a row of identical doors stretching endlessly forward. Nothing terrible. Nothing surprising. The bus stopped. People stood. Claire gathered her coat and stepped into the rain. The evening air smelled of wet pavement and distant coffee. She pulled her collar higher and began the walk home. Normally she followed the same route. Tonight she didn't. There was no reason. No sudden inspiration. Simply a moment at a crosswalk when she looked left instead of right and continued down a street she rarely used. The neighborhood changed gradually. Office buildings gave way to older brick structures. Small bakeries. Antique stores. A watch repair shop that seemed frozen in another decade. The rain softened. Somewhere nearby a church bell marked 7 o'clock. Claire slowed her pace. She wasn't in a hurry. No one was waiting. That realization arrived without sadness. Just fact. Her closest friend lived 3 hours away. Her parents had passed years earlier. Most former coworkers had drifted into separate lives. People disappeared slowly, she thought. Not through conflict. Through time. A warm yellow light appeared ahead. At first she assumed it was another cafe. Then she noticed the sign. The Maple Street Library. The letters were painted in gold on dark green wood. Claire stopped. She frowned. She had lived in the city for almost 19 years. How had she never seen this place? The building wasn't hidden. It sat directly on the corner. 3 stories. Large front windows. A brass lamp above the entrance. The sort of library that looked as though it belonged in an old photograph. She crossed the street. Rain tapped softly against her umbrella. The windows revealed shelves. Hundreds of books. Warm lighting. Wooden tables. A grandfather clock near the back wall. Everything looked inviting. Comfortable. strangely alive. The library should have been closing soon. Yet people still moved quietly between shelves. Claire hesitated. Then opened the door. A small bell chimed overhead. The scent reached her immediately. Paper. Wood polish. Old pages. Tea. Something about it reminded her of childhood. Not a specific memory. A feeling. The sensation of being somewhere safe. A woman sat behind the front desk. Perhaps 65. Silver hair gathered loosely behind her head. Round glasses. A dark blue cardigan. She looked up from a book. Good evening. Her voice was calm. Claire smiled politely. Good evening. The librarian seemed unsurprised by strangers. As if she had been expecting Claire specifically. Not in a mysterious way. Simply with the ease of someone who welcomed people without question. First visit, the woman asked. Is it that obvious? The librarian smiled. You looked up at the ceiling when you walked in. Claire laughed softly. Do first-time visitors do that? Every time. Claire glanced upward. Dark wooden beams crossed overhead. Warm lamps hung between them. It was beautiful. Maybe everyone looked up. The librarian returned to her book. No sales pitch. No instructions. No membership forms. Just quiet acceptance. Claire wandered. Rows of shelves stretched farther than expected. History. Travel. Literature. Biographies. Poetry. The organization seemed traditional. Yet somehow personal. Handwritten recommendation cards appeared beside many books. Some contained brief observations. Others contained questions. What would you ask your younger self? Which journey changed you most? When did you last begin again? Claire found herself reading the cards longer than the books. The rain continued outside. Occasionally she heard pages turning. A chair creaking. The distant clock ticking. Nothing else. No music. No announcements. No ringing phones. The silence felt deliberate. Gentle. After 20 minutes she selected a novel and settled into a leather chair near the back window. The cushion sank comfortably beneath her. A lamp glowed beside her shoulder. Rain traced silver lines down the glass. She opened the book. Read a page. Then another. For the first time all day, she stopped thinking about work. Stopped thinking about tomorrow. Stopped thinking about anything except the words in front of her. An hour disappeared. Perhaps more. Eventually the grandfather clock chimed. 9 times. Claire blinked. The library was closing. She returned the book to a cart and approached the front desk. The librarian was placing bookmarks into a small wooden box. Thank you, Claire said. The woman looked up. For what? I don't know. The answer surprised both of them. The librarian smiled. Then you're very welcome. Outside, the rain had nearly stopped. Claire walked home feeling oddly lighter. Not transformed. Not changed. Simply quieter inside. The next morning she thought about the library during breakfast. Again during lunch. again while answering emails. Several times she nearly searched for information online. Instead, she waited. That evening she returned. The library was there. Exactly as before. Warm light. Brass lamp. Green sign. The same librarian greeted her. The same scent welcomed her inside. Claire stayed until closing. Then returned the following night. And the night after that. Days continued. Work continued. Life continued. Yet something had shifted. The library became part of her routine. A place between obligations and sleep. A pause in the machinery of ordinary existence. 2 weeks passed. Then came another rainy evening. A Thursday. The city seemed quieter than usual. Claire arrived later than normal. 10 minutes before closing. The librarian glanced at the clock. Running late tonight. Claire smiled. Long meeting. Those can be dangerous. Claire laughed. The librarian never seemed interested in discussing herself. Yet she always managed to say something memorable. Claire browsed for a while. Read. Drank tea from a paper cup purchased nearby. Eventually the clock struck 9. Visitors departed. Chairs were straightened. Lights dimmed slightly. The librarian locked the front door. Claire gathered her things. Then realized she had left her umbrella near the history section. I'll be just a second. The librarian nodded. Claire walked quickly through the aisles. The library felt different when empty. Not unsettling. Simply larger. The silence expanded. Her footsteps sounded softer. She found the umbrella. Turned. Then paused. Someone stood near the far shelves. A man perhaps in his 60s. Gray coat. Dark hat. Reading quietly. Claire frowned. She was certain everyone had left. Before she could speak, he closed his book and disappeared around a corner. Strange. Maybe staff. Maybe another customer. She continued toward the exit. The librarian waited near the front. Good night, Claire. It was the first time she had used her name. Claire hesitated. I never introduced myself. The librarian's expression remained gentle. You signed for a library card last week. Right. The answer made perfect sense. Still. For some reason, Claire felt as though there had been another answer. One that neither of them intended to discuss. She walked home through light rain. And dreamed about books. Not stories. Not characters. Shelves. Endless shelves. Corridors filled with quiet light. The following night she worked late. A software issue delayed everyone. By the time she left the office, most restaurants were closing. Rain had returned. Heavy this time. Wind pushed water sideways across empty streets. Claire considered going straight home. Instead, she found herself walking toward Maple Street. The library would be closed. She knew that. Still, something pulled her there. Perhaps habit. Perhaps curiosity. Perhaps the simple desire to stand beneath that warm brass lamp for a moment before returning home. Midnight approached. The city felt suspended. Traffic nearly vanished. Storefronts darkened. The rain echoed through narrow streets. When Claire reached the corner, she stopped. The library was dark, except for a single lamp inside. A soft amber glow near the back. Strange. She checked her watch. 12:07 a.m. Definitely closed. Yet someone was inside. She crossed the street. Rain tapped against her coat. The front door remained locked. Claire peered through the window. The librarian sat at a distant desk, reading. Nothing unusual, except for the hour. A movement caught Claire's attention. Another person crossed the far end of the room. Then another. Visitors? After midnight? The figures disappeared behind shelves. Claire frowned. Perhaps there was a private event. A book club. Staff meeting. Inventory. She almost left. Then noticed something else. One of the visitors emerged again. A woman carrying several books. The woman walked toward the back wall. Toward an area Claire knew well. The travel section. Except. Claire leaned closer. There seemed to be an opening there. A narrow doorway. Impossible. She had passed that exact location dozens of times. There was no doorway. Only shelves. The woman stepped through and vanished. Claire stared. Rain drummed against the awning overhead. The doorway remained visible. Warm light spilled from beyond it. A shadow moved inside. Then another. Someone crossed the opening carrying a tray. The door existed. She was certain. Yet certainty felt ridiculous. Claire circled the building. No rear entrance. No side entrance. Nothing unusual. When she returned to the front window, the doorway was gone. Only bookshelves remained. Exactly as always. She stood motionless. Rain soaked the shoulders of her coat. The librarian looked up. For one brief moment their eyes met through the glass. The older woman neither waved nor looked surprised. She simply regarded Claire quietly. Then returned to her book. As though nothing strange had happened. As though there had never been a doorway at all. Claire walked home slowly. Her mind replayed the scene again and again. A private event. An optical illusion. A reflection. A trick of light. Each explanation sounded reasonable. Until she remembered the woman carrying books. Stepping directly through the opening. Vanishing. The next day became unbearable. Not because anything was wrong. Because curiosity settled inside her like a stone. At lunch she searched building records online. The library appeared. Normal. Ordinary. Historic. Nothing remarkable. No hidden annex. No additional rooms. No strange history. No rumors. Nothing. She arrived that evening before closing. The library looked unchanged. Comfortable chairs. Wooden shelves. Soft lamps. Rain tapping gently against windows. Claire walked directly to the travel section. Examined every shelf. Every wall. Every corner. No door. No opening. Nothing. The librarian appeared nearby carrying a stack of books. Looking for something? Claire hesitated. Then decided honesty was easier. Maybe. The librarian waited. I was here last night. After closing? Outside. A pause. Rain whispered against glass. The librarian adjusted a book in her arms. And? Claire lowered her voice. I thought I saw a doorway. The woman's expression did not change. What kind of doorway? I don't know. That's unusual. I know. The librarian studied her for a moment. Not judging. Not amused. Simply considering. Then she nodded once. Sometimes people notice things when they're looking for them. What was I looking for? The librarian smiled faintly. That's usually the interesting question. Before Claire could respond, the woman continued down the aisle, leaving behind the scent of old paper and tea. The conversation should have frustrated her. Instead, it deepened the mystery. That night Claire stayed until closing. Then left. Walked around the block. Bought coffee from an all-night cafe. Waited. Rain drifted through the darkness. Midnight arrived. The city grew quiet. At 12:11 she returned. The library stood exactly where it always stood. Dark windows. One distant lamp. Locked door. Claire approached the glass. Heart beating slightly faster than necessary. The librarian sat reading. Several visitors moved quietly among shelves. And there, at the far end, between history and travel, a doorway. Narrow. Simple. Wooden. Completely impossible. Warm light spilled from beyond it. A man carrying a book disappeared through the opening. Then a woman followed. Neither seemed surprised. Neither hesitated. The doorway waited. Silent. Ordinary. As though it had always been there. Claire stared. The rain softened. A clock tower somewhere across the city struck midnight once more. One note. Then another. Then another. The sound drifted through empty streets. And as it faded, Claire realized something she had not noticed before. Above the doorway hung a small brass plaque. Its letters were impossible to read from the window. Yet she knew with sudden certainty that the plaque contained no room number. No department name. No explanation. Only a few simple words. Words meant for people who arrived at exactly the right moment. Claire stood alone beneath the rain, watching the hidden door between the shelves. And for the first time in many years, she felt the future become unpredictable. Chapter 2, the first book. Claire hardly slept. Not because she was frightened. Fear would have been easier to understand. Instead, she experienced something far less familiar. Anticipation. The feeling reminded her of being young and waiting for a trip, or a long-promised visit, or a letter that had not yet arrived. A sense that tomorrow might contain something unexpected. It had been years since she had felt that. Perhaps decades. She woke before her alarm. Rain still tapped softly against the bedroom window. The city outside seemed wrapped in a gray blanket. She made coffee, stood by the kitchen counter, and thought about the doorway. again and again. The logical part of her mind continued offering explanations. Private membership club. Staff archive. Special collection. Architectural illusion. Yet none of those explanations answered the strangest detail. The people. They had not appeared hurried. They had not looked secretive. They had simply walked through the doorway with the calm certainty of people arriving somewhere familiar. As though they belonged there. As though they had been expected. The entire day unfolded beneath that thought. At work, conversations drifted around her. Meetings happened. Emails accumulated. A printer malfunctioned. Someone brought pastries. Someone else complained about a spreadsheet. Everything continued exactly as it always did. Yet Claire felt slightly detached from it all. Not disconnected. Just aware that somewhere beyond the ordinary rhythm of the day existed a question she could not stop thinking about. By late afternoon, she realized something uncomfortable. She was counting the hours. Not until bedtime. Not until the weekend. Until midnight. The realization made her smile unexpectedly. When had she last looked forward to anything this much? She honestly couldn't remember. The rain intensified after sunset. Wind pushed water against office windows. Streetlights glowed through the darkness like pale moons. When she finally left work, she walked more quickly than usual. Not rushing. Just eager. The library closed at 9. She arrived at 7:30. The bell above the entrance chimed softly. The familiar scent greeted her. Paper. Wood. Tea. Something warm and timeless. The librarian looked up from behind the desk. Good evening, Claire. Good evening. The older woman smiled. You seem thoughtful tonight. Claire laughed softly. Is it that obvious? It usually is. The librarian returned to her work. Nothing more. No mention of the doorway. No invitation. No explanation. Claire wandered through the aisles. The travel section. History. Literature. Back again. Everything appeared ordinary. Every shelf exactly where it should be. Every lamp glowing softly. Every chair occupied by readers. Yet now she noticed things she had overlooked before. Certain visitors appeared familiar. Not because she knew them. Because she had seen them repeatedly. The elderly man reading naval history. The young woman studying architecture books. A middle-aged couple who never seemed to speak, yet always sat together. The library possessed its own quiet community. People connected not by conversation, but by presence. By returning. By sharing silence. For nearly 2 hours Claire read without truly absorbing the words. Her attention drifted constantly. Toward the clock. Toward the back shelves. Toward possibilities. Eventually closing time arrived. The familiar routine unfolded. Books returned. Chairs straightened. Lights dimmed. Visitors departed. Claire left with everyone else. The rain met her immediately. Cool and steady. She walked 3 blocks to a small cafe that remained open all night. The waitress seemed accustomed to customers lingering. Claire ordered tea. Sat near the window. And waited. The city transformed after midnight. She had forgotten that. Most adults experienced nighttime from inside homes. Bedrooms. Living rooms. Television glow. But outside, another version of the city existed. Quieter. Softer. Almost intimate. Traffic became occasional rather than constant. Conversations drifted from distant corners. Rain echoed differently. Buildings seemed larger. Older. More mysterious. At 11:50, Claire paid her bill. At 11:55, she began walking. By midnight, she stood across the street from the library. The building appeared exactly as before. Dark windows. One lamp. Locked front door. Her pulse quickened slightly. Not from fear. From curiosity. At 12:08, movement appeared inside. A woman crossed between shelves. A man followed. And then, the doorway emerged. Not suddenly. Not dramatically. One moment there were bookshelves. The next moment Claire realized there was a narrow opening between them. As though her eyes had simply failed to notice it before. Warm amber light spilled outward. Inviting. Comforting. Real. She crossed the street. Rain whispered around her. The front door remained locked. She tested the handle anyway. Nothing. Of course. Feeling slightly foolish, she stepped back. Then froze. The lock clicked. The door opened inward a few inches. No one stood there. Claire stared. The opening widened slowly. The librarian appeared beyond it. Good evening. Claire blinked. You unlocked it. The librarian nodded. It seemed easier. I thought the library was closed. It usually is. The answer arrived so naturally that Claire almost accepted it. Almost. The older woman stepped aside. You'll catch cold standing in the rain. Claire hesitated. Every sensible instinct suggested caution. Yet the atmosphere inside felt exactly as it always had. Warm. Safe. Quiet. She stepped across the threshold. The door closed behind her. The bell above the entrance did not ring this time. The silence felt deeper than before. Different. The library remained mostly dark. Only a few lamps illuminated the main room. Several people wandered quietly among shelves. Nobody seemed surprised to see her. Nobody paid much attention at all. The librarian returned to her desk. Claire approached. What is this place? The older woman considered the question. Then smiled gently. The library. No, I mean after midnight. Still the library. Claire almost laughed. You're avoiding the question. Perhaps. The librarian folded her hands. Perhaps you're asking the wrong one. Claire sighed. Something told her direct answers were unlikely. Who comes here? The librarian glanced toward the shelves. People. That's not very specific. No. The smile returned. But it's accurate. A few moments passed. Rain tapped softly against distant windows. Somewhere deeper in the building, a page turned. Then another. The sound seemed unusually clear, as though the entire world had grown quieter. Finally Claire asked, "Can anyone come?" The librarian tilted her head. "Have you?" Claire couldn't argue with that. The older woman stood. "Walk with me." They moved between shelves. The familiar sections gradually gave way to areas Claire had never seen. The architecture appeared unchanged, yet somehow larger. Not impossibly large. Simply deeper. Like discovering additional rooms in a house you thought you knew completely. Soft lamps glowed overhead. Comfortable chairs sat beside small tables. Books lined every wall. The atmosphere felt less like a public library and more like someone's enormous private collection. Claire noticed people reading. Not many. Perhaps a dozen. Each occupied their own corner. Some sat alone. Others spoke quietly. No one seemed rushed. No one checked phones. No one appeared concerned about time. A man in his 70s studied a thick hardcover book. A younger woman stared thoughtfully into a cup of tea. Someone else wrote notes in a journal. The scene felt strangely peaceful. As though everyone had arrived carrying heavy things they could finally set down for a while. They reached the doorway. Claire stopped. Closer now, it appeared completely ordinary. Dark wood. Brass handle. Simple frame. Nothing mysterious. Nothing dramatic. Above it hung the plaque she had noticed from outside. She leaned closer. 3 words. Reading room beyond, ****. That was all. No explanation. No instructions. Just those words. The librarian watched her reaction. What is beyond? The older woman looked at the sign. Then at Claire. Reading. Claire laughed despite herself. The librarian opened the door. Warm light flowed outward. Come in. Claire crossed the threshold. The room beyond was beautiful. Not grand. Not extravagant. Simply beautiful. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling. Ladders rested against them. Large reading chairs formed small islands beneath lamps. Rain whispered against high windows. A fireplace occupied one wall. Real flames moved behind glass. The scent of tea drifted through the air. Claire stood motionless. Something inside her relaxed immediately. The feeling surprised her. She had entered hundreds of rooms throughout her life. Offices. Hotels. Restaurants. Apartments. Yet very few spaces had ever felt welcoming in such a quiet, immediate way. The librarian gestured toward a table. A kettle rested there beside several cups. Tea? Claire nodded. The older woman poured carefully. Steam curled upward. The cup felt pleasantly warm in Claire's hands. They sat. For a few moments neither spoke. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. Just calm. Eventually Claire looked around. How long has this existed? A long time. Why only after midnight? The librarian smiled into her tea. That's one of the questions people ask most often. And they usually stop asking eventually. Claire frowned. Why? The older woman looked around the room. At the readers. The shelves. The soft light. Because they discover more interesting questions. Claire followed her gaze. A man sat nearby reading a worn hardcover book. Something about him caught her attention. Perhaps 60 years old. Gray hair. Weathered face. Neatly dressed. Not remarkable. Yet there was a particular expression in his eyes. A concentration that seemed almost emotional. As though he wasn't merely reading. As though he was remembering. The librarian noticed Claire watching. Would you like to meet him? Claire hesitated. Would that be strange? Not here. The older woman stood. Come. They approached. The man glanced up as they arrived. His expression was kind. Tired. Thoughtful. The sort of face that suggested decades of stories. Arthur, said the librarian, this is Claire. The man smiled. Nice to meet you. You too. The librarian excused herself quietly and disappeared among the shelves, leaving them alone. Arthur closed his book carefully. You look confused. Claire laughed. Is it that obvious? Everyone looks confused their first night. First night? He nodded. You're new. You come here often? The question felt ridiculous immediately. Yet Arthur seemed unsurprised. For several months. Several months. Claire absorbed that. So this place is real. Arthur smiled. That's an interesting statement. I mean. Claire searched for words. I thought maybe I imagined it. Many people do. He glanced around the room. The place is real enough. The answer somehow explained nothing and everything simultaneously. Claire looked at the book resting beneath his hand. Its cover appeared old. Worn by years of use. What are you reading? Arthur studied the cover. Then smiled softly. A story about a musician. Any good? Very. His gaze lingered on the book. Painfully good. Something in his voice made Claire curious. You play music? The question seemed innocent. Yet Arthur became very still. Not upset. Simply thoughtful. After several seconds he nodded. Once. Claire sensed a larger story waiting behind that single word. Once. Not now. Once. The room around them remained quiet. Pages turned. Rain whispered. Firelight flickered gently against shelves. Arthur rested one hand on the book. I played piano. The statement emerged slowly. As a young man, I thought it would be my life. Claire listened. Something about the atmosphere encouraged honesty. Not forced confession. Simply openness. Arthur continued. I studied seriously. Performed. Practiced 6 hours a day. A faint smile appeared. I wasn't extraordinary. But I was good. What happened? He looked toward the rain-dark window. Then back at the book. Life. The answer carried no bitterness. Only truth. My father became ill. My mother needed help. There were bills. He shrugged gently. I took a temporary job. Claire already knew the rest. Temporary became permanent. Years accumulated. Responsibilities multiplied. Dreams waited politely in the corner until nobody noticed them anymore. Arthur smiled faintly. Funny thing is, I never felt tragic about it. No. No. He shook his head. I had a decent life. The words sounded familiar. Uncomfortably familiar. A good marriage. Good friends. Work that mattered sometimes. His fingers brushed the book cover. But every now and then I'd hear someone practicing piano through an open window. Silence settled. Soft. Gentle. Heavy with understanding. And? Claire asked quietly. Arthur laughed. A warm, sad laugh. And I'd keep walking. Rain tapped softly against glass. The fire crackled. Somewhere distant, a clock chimed 1 o'clock. Arthur opened the book again. There is a musician in this story. He glanced up. He isn't famous. Claire waited. He isn't brilliant. Another pause. He simply stopped playing. The words lingered. Arthur looked toward the shelves. Toward the endless rows of stories. Sometimes, he said quietly, the hardest thing to understand isn't failure. Claire listened. It's abandonment. The room seemed even quieter now. As though the library itself were listening. Arthur touched the page gently. This book helped me realize something. What? A smile appeared. Small. Genuine. Unexpected. I still own a piano. Claire blinked. You do? In my apartment. The smile widened slightly. It's been covered with dust for years. And now? Arthur looked down at the open book. Then toward the rain. Then back at her. Yesterday I played for 15 minutes. The words seemed almost miraculous. Not because 15 minutes was impressive. Because of what it represented. 30 years reduced to 15 minutes. A beginning disguised as something small. Arthur laughed softly. It sounded terrible. Claire laughed too. I imagine it would. It absolutely did. For a moment both smiled. Then Arthur added quietly. But it sounded alive. The fire crackled. The rain continued. And somewhere deep inside herself, Claire felt something shift. Not dramatically. Not completely. Just enough to notice. Because she understood. Perhaps not about pianos. Not specifically. But about abandonment. About parts of oneself quietly left behind. Dreams. Interests. Versions of ourselves. Things that disappeared not through catastrophe, but through neglect. Arthur closed the book. I should continue reading. Claire nodded. Thank you. For what? The question echoed the one she had asked the librarian days earlier. Claire smiled. I don't know. Arthur's eyes brightened. Then you're welcome. He returned to his pages. Claire stood slowly. The room felt different now. Not because it had changed. Because she had. Only slightly. Yet enough. She wandered deeper among the shelves. Past readers. Past lamps. past endless rows of books. At the far end of the room stood a small table. One book rested upon it. Alone. Waiting. No sign. No label. No explanation. Just a single hardcover volume beneath warm light. Claire approached. The title was simple. The Days We Thought Would Last Forever, ***. She stared. A strange sensation passed through her. Recognition. Not of the book. Of the feeling. The title seemed connected to something she couldn't quite reach. A memory. A regret. A question. Behind her, footsteps approached. The librarian appeared silently. Neither spoke for several moments. Finally Claire asked, "Why is this book here?" The older woman looked at the cover. Then at Claire. "Perhaps because you are." Claire rested her fingers lightly against the worn binding. The rain continued beyond the windows. The fire glowed softly. And for the first time since entering the hidden library, she wondered whether the next story waiting among the shelves might somehow belong to her. Chapter 3: The Musician Who Stopped Playing. Claire stood for a long time beside the small table. The book remained where it was. Waiting. The title seemed to deepen the longer she looked at it. The Days We Thought Would Last Forever. A simple title. Not mysterious. Not dramatic. Yet something about it unsettled her. Not in a frightening way. In the way old photographs sometimes do. The way a familiar song can unexpectedly reveal an emotion that had been sitting quietly beneath years of routine. The librarian remained beside her. Patient. Never rushing. Never explaining. Claire had begun to understand that explanations were rare in this place. Not because people were hiding secrets. Because answers often arrived sideways. Through conversations. Through stories. Through books. Through things noticed rather than stated. "Have you read it?" Claire asked. The librarian looked at the cover. No. The answer surprised her. "You haven't?" No. The older woman smiled. Not every book belongs to every reader. Claire glanced around the room. The hidden reading room seemed particularly peaceful tonight. Outside, rain moved steadily across the windows. Inside, pools of amber light rested beneath lamps. Readers occupied chairs and corners throughout the room. Some turned pages. Some stared thoughtfully into space. One elderly woman sat with a notebook open on her lap. A younger man leaned back in a chair, eyes closed, a book resting against his chest. No one seemed hurried. No one checked the time. No one appeared concerned about tomorrow. The feeling was unlike any public space Claire had ever known. It wasn't simply quiet. It was permission. Permission to stop performing. Permission to stop pretending to have everything figured out. Permission to think. The librarian excused herself gently. Claire remained beside the table. Eventually she picked up the book. The cover felt worn. Comfortably worn. Like something many hands had held before. She carried it to an empty chair near one of the windows. Rain traced silver paths across the glass. A lamp glowed above her shoulder. The chair embraced her with soft leather cushions. She opened the book. The first page contained no dramatic beginning. No shocking event. No mystery. Just a description of a summer afternoon. A group of friends sitting beside a lake. Young. Certain of the future. Certain of each other. Certain that life would unfold according to plans that seemed obvious at 20 years old. Claire read slowly. The writing was beautiful. Simple. Observant. The author paid attention to small things. A bottle cap floating in water. The sound of distant laughter. The way sunlight changed color near evening. Details most people forgot. Yet those details somehow created an entire life. She read for nearly an hour. Occasionally she lifted her eyes. The room remained unchanged. Peaceful. Warm. Safe. When she finally looked toward Arthur's chair, she noticed he was no longer reading. The book rested closed in his lap. His gaze was fixed on the fireplace. Thoughtful. Far away. Not sad. Simply somewhere else. Claire hesitated. Then approached. Mind if I sit? Arthur smiled. Not at all. She settled into the chair beside him. For several moments neither spoke. The fire moved softly behind glass. Rain continued outside. A distant clock somewhere in the city marked 1:30. Arthur finally nodded toward the book in her hands. Any good? I think so. You don't sound convinced. Claire laughed quietly. I haven't figured out whether I like it or whether it makes me uncomfortable. That's usually a good sign. She looked down at the cover. It keeps reminding me of things. Arthur nodded. Mine does too. He rested a hand on his own book. The worn novel about the musician. For a while they sat quietly. Then Claire asked a question she hadn't planned to ask. Do you regret it? Arthur seemed unsurprised. As though he had known the question was coming. The piano? She nodded. The firelight reflected softly in his eyes. Sometimes. A pause. Sometimes not. Claire waited. Arthur smiled faintly. When people talk about regret, they usually imagine one enormous decision. He leaned back. A crossroads. A turning point. A single moment that changes everything. Claire listened. But most lives aren't built that way. His voice remained calm. Reflective. They're built from thousands of smaller choices. He glanced toward the shelves. I didn't abandon music one day. I abandoned it a little at a time. The words settled between them. Heavy with truth. Arthur continued. A week without practicing. A month. A year. Then another. He shrugged gently. There was never a dramatic goodbye. Claire thought about that. How many things disappeared that way? Not through catastrophe. Through gradual absence. Friendships. Dreams. Hobbies. Versions of ourselves. The realization felt unexpectedly personal. Arthur smiled. You know what's funny? What? I spent 30 years telling people I used to play piano. His expression softened. As though it were something finished. The rain intensified briefly against the windows. Then softened again. Yesterday, he continued, I realized something. Claire waited. I still do. She looked at him. You still do what? Play piano. A small smile appeared. Badly. They both laughed. But I still play. His eyes drifted toward the book. That story reminded me. Reminded you of what? Arthur considered. Then answered carefully. That some parts of us don't disappear. The fire crackled softly. They simply wait. The sentence lingered. Claire felt it somewhere deep inside herself. A truth she recognized before she understood. They talked for another half hour. Not continuously. The conversation wandered naturally. Music. Cities. Books. Ordinary things. Yet beneath every subject ran something deeper. The understanding that both of them had arrived here carrying questions. Questions that had little to do with libraries. Eventually Arthur stood. I should go. Claire glanced toward the windows. The rain still fell. It's nearly 2. Arthur nodded. I know. He looked around the room. The shelves. The lamps. The readers. This place has a way of making hours disappear. Will you come back? The question escaped before she could stop it. Arthur smiled warmly. I think so. Then, after a moment. I'd like to hear my piano improve. He walked away carrying the novel. Not transformed. Not healed. Simply moving in a slightly different direction than before. Claire watched until he disappeared among the shelves. Then returned to her chair. The book waited. She continued reading. The story unfolded gently. Years passed. Characters changed. Friendships evolved. The lake from the opening chapter appeared again and again. A constant place within changing lives. Claire found herself absorbed. Not because dramatic events occurred. Because ordinary moments accumulated into something meaningful. The way real lives do. At some point she became aware of another person nearby. A woman sat 2 chairs away. Perhaps 70 years old. Silver hair. Green coat. A stack of books rested beside her. She wasn't reading. She was watching the rain. The woman eventually noticed Claire looking. Their eyes met. Both smiled politely. Then returned to silence. 5 minutes later the woman spoke. Beautiful, isn't it? Claire glanced toward the window. The rain? The quiet. The older woman folded her hands. People underestimate quiet. Claire nodded. They do. The woman smiled. My name is Evelyn. Claire. They shook hands lightly. Then settled back. The conversation might have ended there. Yet something about the room encouraged connection. Not forced intimacy. Simply honesty. Evelyn gestured toward Claire's book. First night? Is it that obvious? The woman laughed. The books always give it away. Claire glanced down. What do you mean? Evelyn leaned back. When I came here, I found a book about a woman who spent 20 years trying to become someone else. The smile on her face suggested an old memory. I hated it. Claire laughed. That bad? That accurate? The two women shared another smile. Rain tapped softly against the windows. Somewhere deeper in the room a chair creaked. Pages turned. The fireplace glowed. The atmosphere seemed wrapped in its own gentle rhythm. Evelyn looked around. Funny place. You know why it exists? The older woman chuckled. Everyone asks that. And? No one knows. Her eyes brightened slightly. Or if they do, they're polite enough not to ruin it. Claire considered that. The mystery felt oddly unimportant here. Not irrelevant. Just secondary. As though the purpose mattered more than the explanation. Evelyn eventually gathered her books. Before leaving, she paused. Can I offer advice? Claire nodded. Of course. The older woman smiled. Don't spend too much time trying to understand the room. Claire frowned slightly. Evelyn tapped the cover of Claire's book. Understand that instead. Then she disappeared among the shelves, leaving Claire alone again. For a while she continued reading. Eventually her eyes grew tired. Not sleepy. Simply thoughtful. She closed the book, rested it on her lap, and listened. The room possessed its own soundtrack. Rain. Fire. Pages. Occasional footsteps. Distant clocks beyond the walls. Nothing more. Yet the combination felt strangely beautiful. She realized she hadn't checked her phone in hours. A small miracle in itself. The screen remained forgotten inside her bag. The outside world felt very far away. Not abandoned. Paused. As though this hidden library existed between days. Between obligations. Between versions of people. Claire's gaze drifted across the room. She noticed details she had missed earlier. Photographs on distant walls. Old reading lamps. A wooden globe beside a bookshelf. Framed quotations handwritten rather than printed. One in particular caught her attention. She stood and approached. The paper appeared yellowed with age. The handwriting elegant. It read, People rarely arrive when they are lost, asterisk asterisk. They arrive when they are ready to stop pretending they know the way, asterisk asterisk. Claire read it twice. Then a third time. The words felt familiar. Not because she had seen them before. Because they described something she hadn't admitted to herself. She wasn't unhappy. She kept repeating that. And it was true. But happiness wasn't the same as direction. Was it? The thought lingered. A few minutes later she wandered deeper into the shelves. Books surrounded her. Thousands of lives. Thousands of perspectives. Thousands of questions. The hidden room seemed larger than before. Or perhaps she was simply noticing more. At the far end stood another table. Unlike the first, this one held several objects. A teapot. A reading lamp. A small wooden box. Curiosity drew her closer. The box contained cards. Handwritten. Each bearing a single question. Claire picked one up. What did you stop doing because nobody was watching, asterisk asterisk. She stared. Slowly returned it. Picked another. Which version of yourself would be surprised by who you became? Another. What would you begin again if success were irrelevant? The questions felt less like prompts and more like mirrors. She wasn't sure whether she liked that. Behind her, a voice spoke gently. Those can be dangerous. Claire turned. The librarian stood nearby, carrying a stack of returned books. Claire smiled. I was just thinking that. The older woman placed the books on a shelf. Questions are interesting. Why? Because answers tend to stay where you leave them. Claire considered. And questions? The librarian smiled. They follow you home. For some reason that made Claire laugh. The older woman joined her. A warm, quiet laugh. Then they walked together through the shelves. Not toward any destination. Simply walking. Claire eventually asked, How did you end up here? The librarian's expression became thoughtful. Working here? Claire nodded. The older woman considered the question for several seconds. Long enough that Claire wondered whether she would answer. Finally she did. By accident. Really? Mostly. The librarian adjusted a book on a shelf. When I was younger, I planned to become a historian. Claire smiled. What happened? The older woman looked amused. Life. The same answer Arthur had given. Yet somehow entirely different. I took a temporary job in a library. She shrugged. The temporary part became negotiable. Claire laughed. The librarian continued. Years passed. Then more years. And one day I realized I was exactly where I belonged. The words seemed simple. Yet they carried weight. Claire looked around the room. You like helping people? The older woman smiled. Books help people. You're avoiding credit. Possibly. They continued walking. The shelves seemed endless. Comforting rather than overwhelming. Eventually Claire asked the question that had been waiting all evening. The people who come here. The librarian glanced toward her. Yes. They all seem to be searching for something. A gentle nod. Often. What happens when they find it? The older woman stopped beside a shelf. Her hand rested lightly against a row of books. Then she answered. Usually they discover it wasn't what they were looking for. Claire frowned. That sounds disappointing. Not at all. The librarian smiled. Most worthwhile discoveries are. Rain moved softly against distant windows. The room remained wrapped in golden light. For a moment neither spoke. Then Claire noticed something. A piano. It stood in a corner she somehow hadn't seen before. An upright piano. Dark wood. Beautifully maintained. Unexpected. She pointed. Was that there earlier? The librarian followed her gaze. Yes. Claire laughed softly. I completely missed it. People often notice it after meeting Arthur. The answer surprised her. The librarian's smile widened slightly. He isn't the first musician. Claire looked at the piano. Then imagined Arthur sitting there. Hands uncertain. Rediscovering forgotten movements. 15 minutes. A beginning disguised as something small. The image stayed with her. And as she stood in the hidden reading room after 2 in the morning, listening to rain and distant pages turning, Claire felt a strange certainty growing quietly within her. She still didn't understand the library. She still didn't understand the doorway. She still didn't understand why certain books seemed to find certain people. But for the first time in years, she wasn't trying to escape the questions. She was becoming curious about them. And somewhere among the shelves, beneath warm lamps and the soft music of turning pages, that curiosity felt like the beginning of something important. Chapter 4: The Woman Who Started Over. The following morning arrived wrapped in fog. Not the heavy kind that swallowed buildings whole, but a thin gray veil that softened the edges of the city. Claire stood at her kitchen window holding a cup of coffee. Across the street, a man walked his dog. A delivery truck stopped beside a bakery. Someone hurried toward a bus stop with an umbrella despite the absence of rain. Everything looked ordinary. Yet it no longer felt quite the same. Over the previous weeks, she had developed an unusual habit. She had started paying attention. Not intentionally. Not as some grand exercise in mindfulness. She simply found herself noticing things she used to overlook. The woman who arranged flowers outside the florist every morning. The way sunlight reached her office window for exactly 14 minutes before disappearing behind another building. The elderly couple who always sat on the same bench in the park. The small details had always existed. Claire had simply stopped seeing them. Now they seemed to emerge everywhere. Like words becoming visible after a page is brought closer to a lamp. She took a sip of coffee. Thought about Arthur. Thought about the piano. Thought about the hidden room. Then she thought about herself. That part remained more difficult. Observing other people felt easy. Observing herself felt like trying to read a book whose pages had stuck together. Something important waited inside. She just wasn't sure how to open it. The workday passed quietly. By late afternoon, a light rain had returned. The kind that painted sidewalks silver and made traffic lights shimmer on wet streets. Claire found herself looking at the clock more often than she intended. Not obsessively. Simply expectantly. The library had become something she carried with her throughout the day. A place existing just beyond the edge of ordinary life. A secret she shared with strangers. That evening she arrived shortly before 8. The familiar bell chimed above the door. The scent of paper and polished wood greeted her. The librarian looked up from behind the desk. "Good evening, Claire." Good evening. The older woman studied her for a moment. Then smiled. You seem less confused. Claire laughed. That's because I've accepted being confused. A significant improvement. The librarian returned to her book. Claire wandered among the shelves. She read for an hour. Browsed for another. Watched rain crawl slowly down the windows. At closing time she followed the now familiar routine. A walk around the block. Tea from the all-night cafe. The quiet approach toward midnight. By 12:10 she was standing inside the hidden reading room. The transition already felt less surprising. The doorway remained mysterious. Yet the room itself felt increasingly familiar. Almost welcoming. Like returning to a favorite hotel in a city she hadn't visited for years. The atmosphere embraced her immediately. Soft lamps. Warm chairs. Rain against windows. The gentle crackle of the fireplace. The subtle sound of pages turning. Tonight the room seemed slightly busier. Perhaps 15 people occupied various corners. Not enough to feel crowded. Enough to create a sense of quiet companionship. Claire moved slowly through the space. She recognized a few faces. Arthur sat near the piano. Reading. Evelyn occupied her usual chair near the far window. Several others appeared familiar without becoming identifiable. A community formed from repeated encounters. People connected by presence rather than history. As she crossed the room, she noticed something different. A woman sat alone at a round table near one of the shelves. Several books rested in front of her. None were open. The woman stared into a cup of tea. Not distracted. Not unhappy. Simply deep in thought. Something about her drew Claire's attention. Perhaps it was her posture. The expression in her eyes. The sense that she stood at the edge of a decision. The woman appeared to be in her early 50s. Dark hair touched with silver. Elegant without trying to be. A navy coat hung over the back of her chair. A leather notebook rested beside her tea. She looked up. Their eyes met briefly. The woman smiled. A polite smile. Then returned to her thoughts. Claire continued walking. Yet half an hour later she found herself passing the same table again. The woman remained there. Still thoughtful. Still not reading. This time the woman spoke first. You're wondering why I haven't opened any of these. Claire blinked. Then laughed. Was it obvious? A little. The woman glanced at the books. They've been judging me for nearly an hour. Claire smiled. Books can do that. The woman laughed softly. The sound felt warm. Unexpected. I'm Maya. Claire. Nice to meet you. You too. Maya gestured toward an empty chair. Would you like to sit? Claire hesitated briefly. Then accepted. The chair felt comfortable. The table lamp cast a warm circle of light around them. Outside, rain whispered softly against the glass. For a few moments neither spoke. The silence wasn't awkward. The hidden library seemed uniquely capable of making silence feel natural. Eventually Maya lifted one of the books. The title read, The House After the Storm ****. She turned it over thoughtfully. then set it down again. I've been avoiding this. Claire looked at the cover. Bad book? Probably excellent. Maya smiled faintly. That's the problem. The answer intrigued her. What do you mean? Maya leaned back. For several moments she appeared to consider how much she wanted to say. Then she surprised herself by speaking honestly. You ever have a conversation you're not ready to have with yourself? Claire nodded immediately. Frequently. Maya laughed. Good. Then you'll understand. She touched the cover gently. This book is trying to start one. Rain tapped softly against the windows. The fire crackled nearby. The atmosphere seemed to encourage truth. Not confessions. Not dramatic revelations. Simply honesty. Maya looked around the room. You've been coming here long? Not very. A few weeks? Claire nodded. Something like that. Maya smiled. Still new enough to ask questions. And you? The woman looked down at her tea. 6 months. 6 months. Claire absorbed that. Long enough to become familiar. Long enough to change. Long enough to return. What brought you here? The question emerged gently. Without pressure. Without expectation. Maya studied the steam rising from her cup. Then answered. A divorce. The word landed quietly. Not dramatically. Simply as fact. Claire nodded. Waiting. Maya seemed grateful for the absence of sympathy. People often rushed to comfort. To solve. To explain. Sometimes understanding required neither. We were married 27 years. The woman smiled slightly. Long enough to build a life. The rain continued outside. Steady. Patient. What happened? Maya looked toward the window. For a moment her reflection appeared faintly in the glass. Then disappeared. Nothing dramatic. The answer surprised Claire. No affair. No terrible betrayal. No scandal. She shrugged gently. We simply became different people. The sentence carried a sadness deeper than anger. A quiet grief. The loss of something that hadn't broken. Only faded. Maya folded her hands. We spent years trying to become who we thought we were supposed to be. Claire listened carefully. The woman's voice remained calm. Reflective. Almost peaceful. A good marriage. A sensible life. A comfortable future. She smiled faintly. And one day we looked at each other and realized neither of us lived there anymore. The room seemed quieter around them. As though the library itself respected the conversation. What happened then? Claire asked softly. We told the truth. Maya's expression softened. Eventually. The honesty in those 2 words carried an entire history. Arguments postponed. Questions avoided. Feelings translated into practical discussions. Years compressed into a sentence. Maya continued. We tried. Her eyes brightened slightly. Really tried. I think people deserve credit for that. Claire nodded. The woman smiled. But effort doesn't always create compatibility. The fire crackled gently. Several readers turned pages nearby. The hidden room remained wrapped in warm light. Maya looked around. I wasn't devastated. The admission seemed important. I expected devastation. Movies promise devastation. Claire smiled. Maya laughed. They do. Her smile faded thoughtfully. What I felt was stranger. How? The woman looked down at her hands. As though someone handed me a completely blank map. Claire understood immediately. Not emotionally. Viscerally. The image felt perfect. Maya continued. For almost 3 decades I knew where I was going. Maybe not every detail. But generally. She traced a finger along the edge of her cup. Then suddenly there was no route. No destination. No shared future. Rain moved across the windows. The clock somewhere deeper in the building chimed once. 1:30. Maya looked at the books. The strange part wasn't losing my marriage. Claire frowned slightly. What was it? Losing certainty. The answer lingered. Powerful in its simplicity. Maya laughed quietly. You know what I did 3 weeks after the divorce? What? I bought orange plates. Claire blinked. Then laughed. Orange plates? The woman nodded seriously. Very orange. Their laughter blended briefly with the soft sounds of the room. When it faded, Maya smiled. My husband hated orange. Claire understood immediately. Not because of the color. Because of what it represented. A small decision. A personal preference. A forgotten part of oneself returning. Maya seemed to read her thoughts. It wasn't about plates. No. It was about realizing I could choose things again. The sentence settled between them. Unexpectedly profound. The woman picked up another book. A novel with a faded cover. I spent so many years making decisions as part of a pair. Her fingers rested on the binding. Then suddenly every choice belonged to me. That sounds freeing. It is. She smiled. And terrifying. They shared another laugh. Then silence. Comfortable silence. The kind increasingly common within the hidden library. Maya eventually opened one of the books. Read a paragraph. Closed it again. Still not ready. Claire smiled. The woman sighed dramatically. These books are patient. Fortunately. Maya looked toward the shelves. You know what's interesting? What? Most people assume starting over belongs to the young. Claire nodded. The observation felt familiar. The world often celebrated beginnings when attached to youth. Careers. Adventures. Relationships. Reinventions. As though change carried an expiration date. Maya continued. I believe that too. Her eyes moved across the room. The readers. The lamps. The shelves. Then I turned 51 and discovered life hadn't received the memo. Claire laughed softly. The woman smiled. It just kept going. Rain tapped gently against the windows. Maya opened the book once more. This time she continued reading. A page. Then another. Something in her expression shifted. Subtle. Almost invisible. Recognition. Claire had seen the same look on Arthur's face. A person encountering themselves unexpectedly inside a story. The room seemed full of such moments. Books functioning as mirrors rather than escapes. After several minutes, Maya looked up. Have you ever noticed how strange memory is? Claire considered. How do you mean? The woman glanced toward the pages. We spend years believing we remember our lives. A pause. Then a single sentence reminds us we forgot half of them. The observation felt undeniably true. Claire thought of childhood summers. Forgotten friendships. Places she hadn't remembered in years. Entire chapters of existence waiting beneath ordinary days. Maya smiled. This book just reminded me of a bakery. A bakery? Paris. Her eyes brightened. I was 23. Claire listened. We traveled there before we were married. The woman's expression softened. There was this tiny bakery near our hotel. She laughed quietly. I haven't thought about it in 20 years. The memory seemed to fill the space around her. Not with sadness. With warmth. Maya continued. We got lost every day. Missed trains. Spent money we didn't have. Her smile widened. We were terrible travelers. Claire found herself smiling too. The joy inside the memory felt contagious. Maya looked down at the book. Funny. What is? 4 months after the divorce, I kept remembering the ending. The ending? The final years. She nodded. The problems. The distance. The conversations. Her fingers rested on the page. But this reminded me there was a beginning too. The sentence lingered. Beautiful. Bittersweet. True. The fire glowed softly nearby. Rain continued beyond the windows. The hidden room seemed suspended outside ordinary time. A place where memories could be examined without becoming prisons. Maya closed the book gently. Not avoiding it now. Simply thinking. Then she looked at Claire. You know what I realized recently? What? The woman smiled. A chapter ending isn't the same thing as a story ending. Claire sat very still. The words moved through her slowly. Finding places inside her she hadn't expected. Maya laughed softly. I know. It sounds like something printed on a greeting card. No. Claire shook her head. It doesn't. The older woman smiled. For a moment neither spoke. Then Maya reached for her notebook. Opened it. And began writing. Claire noticed the movement immediately. Something about it felt significant. Not dramatic. Just meaningful. The beginning of action. The translation of thought into intention. Maya continued writing for several minutes. Finally she looked up. I made a list. Claire smiled. Of what? The woman turned the notebook slightly. 10 items filled the page. Simple things. Learn Italian. Visit Lisbon. Take a photography class. Paint the spare bedroom. See the northern lights. Buy another ridiculous orange plate. Claire laughed. Maya joined her. Then pointed toward the final item. The handwriting there appeared slightly shakier. More deliberate. The last line read, "Stop waiting for permission to enjoy my own life." Neither woman spoke for several seconds. The sentence seemed to glow beneath the lamplight. Not because it was extraordinary. Because it was honest. Maya closed the notebook. A peaceful expression settled across her face. Not certainty. Not resolution. Something better. Movement. The sense of a person beginning to walk again after standing still too long. Around them the hidden library remained warm and quiet. Pages turned. Rain whispered against glass. The fireplace crackled softly. And Claire realized that another story had quietly unfolded among the shelves. Not a story about loss. Not really. A story about beginning again. And somewhere deep inside herself, she wondered whether she might eventually need to do the same. Chapter 5: The Father Who Never Called. The rain finally stopped 3 days later. For the first time in weeks, the city woke beneath a clear sky. Sunlight poured across rooftops. Windows flashed gold. Trees along the sidewalks seemed greener than Claire remembered. The change felt almost startling. She had become so accustomed to rain accompanying her visits to the library that sunshine seemed like an unexpected guest. On her lunch break, she sat alone in a small park near her office. Children played beside a fountain. A man read a newspaper beneath a tree. 2 women shared coffee on a nearby bench. Nothing remarkable. Yet Claire found herself observing them with the same attention she now brought to books. She wondered about their lives. Their unfinished conversations. The decisions waiting for them after work. The people they missed. The people they loved. The people they no longer spoke to. That last thought lingered unexpectedly. Perhaps because of something Maya had said. Or perhaps because of the list she had written. The final line continued returning to Claire at odd moments. "Stop waiting for permission to enjoy my own life, ****. There was something powerful about the simplicity of it. Most people, Claire realized, spent years waiting. Waiting for the perfect time. The perfect opportunity. The perfect version of themselves. Waiting for certainty. Waiting for permission. Waiting for someone else to tell them it was acceptable to begin. The afternoon drifted by. Meetings came and went. Emails accumulated. Yet throughout the day Claire felt a quiet anticipation growing inside her. Not urgency. Not obsession. Simply curiosity. The hidden reading room had become a place she looked forward to with a sincerity that surprised her. Not because it offered answers. Because it offered questions she actually wanted to explore. That evening she arrived at the library earlier than usual. The sunlight had faded by then. Clouds gathered again. The city hovered between seasons. Between moods. Between possibilities. The familiar bell chimed overhead. The librarian glanced up. "Good evening, Claire." "Good evening." The older woman closed the book she had been reading. "Beautiful day." It was. The librarian nodded thoughtfully. "People walk differently when it stops raining." Claire smiled. "Do they?" They do. How? The older woman considered. Like they've been forgiven for something. Claire laughed softly. The observation felt strange. And oddly accurate. She wandered among the shelves for an hour before settling into a chair near the back window. A novel rested open in her lap. Yet several times she realized she had read entire pages without absorbing them. Her attention kept drifting. Not toward anything specific. Just inward. Toward thoughts she had been postponing. Toward questions she hadn't asked herself. Toward possibilities she hadn't considered. By the time midnight approached, clouds had returned. A light rain tapped softly against the streets. The city dimmed once more. At 12:12, Claire stepped through the hidden doorway. The reading room glowed with familiar warmth. The fireplace flickered. The lamps cast golden pools of light. Books surrounded every corner. The atmosphere felt increasingly like a place remembered rather than discovered. Tonight something felt different immediately. Not the room itself. The mood. A quiet gravity seemed to linger beneath the usual calm. People still read. Tea still steamed gently from cups. Pages still turned. Yet Claire sensed an undercurrent she couldn't quite identify. As she moved deeper among the shelves, she noticed a man sitting alone near the far end of the room. He occupied a chair beside one of the windows. A book rested open before him. Yet he wasn't reading. He stared out into the darkness beyond the glass. Not absent-mindedly. Intently. As though searching for something. The man appeared to be around 70. Perhaps slightly older. White hair. Broad shoulders. A dark wool coat folded neatly over the arm of his chair. His face carried the weathered look of someone who had spent much of life outdoors. There was kindness there. And exhaustion. The kind that accumulates over years rather than days. Claire noticed something else. A letter. Folded carefully beside his book. His gaze returned to it repeatedly. Never opening it. Never touching it. Simply looking. As though it contained enough weight to alter the room around it. Claire might have continued walking. Yet at that moment the man glanced up. Their eyes met. He offered a polite smile. Then gestured toward the empty chair nearby. "You're welcome to sit." His voice was warm. Unhurried. Claire hesitated. Then accepted. The chair creaked softly as she settled. For a few moments neither spoke. The rain whispered against the windows. A log shifted gently in the fireplace. The room breathed around them. Eventually the man nodded toward her book. "Good one?" Claire looked down. "I think so." "You don't sound certain." She laughed. "That's becoming a pattern." The man smiled. "Some books need time." His gaze drifted toward the letter again. Then back to the rain. Something about the movement felt practiced. Habitual. Claire introduced herself. The man nodded. "Daniel." They shook hands. His grip felt steady. Comforting. Like someone accustomed to keeping promises. For a while they sat quietly. The silence wasn't empty. The hidden reading room seemed to transform silence into a form of conversation. Eventually Daniel spoke. Have you been coming here long? A few weeks. He nodded. Still new. Is that obvious too? A faint smile appeared. Only because you're still looking around. Claire glanced toward the shelves. He wasn't wrong. The room still fascinated her. Every corner seemed capable of revealing something unexpected. Daniel folded his hands. When you've been coming longer, you stop looking at the room. What do you look at? The answer arrived after a pause. Yourself. Claire considered that. Then looked at the book resting on his lap. Its title was visible now. The Long Road Home ****. Something about the words seemed important. Perhaps because of the unopened letter. Perhaps because of the expression in Daniel's eyes. Or perhaps because titles rarely felt accidental in this place. Are you enjoying it? She asked. Daniel laughed quietly. No. The honesty startled her. No. No. He rested a hand on the cover. It's making me uncomfortable. Claire smiled. That's becoming a pattern too. The man nodded. Probably. Rain moved softly across the glass. A distant clock somewhere in the city marked midnight. Daniel looked toward the fire. Then surprised her by speaking again. My son is 50 years old. Claire remained silent. Something in his voice suggested a larger story waiting nearby. We haven't spoken in 21 years. The sentence entered the room quietly. Without drama. Without bitterness. Yet it seemed to change the air around them. Claire felt herself sit slightly straighter. Not because the revelation shocked her. Because of how calmly he said it. As though he had repeated the fact many times. Privately. To himself. Daniel smiled faintly. That's usually the part where people ask what happened. Claire hesitated. Would you like me to? He considered. Then nodded. Maybe. The rain continued. Steady. Patient. Daniel looked down at the unopened letter. For several seconds he didn't speak. When he finally did, his voice remained calm. Measured. The voice of someone who had spent years organizing memories into manageable shapes. We argued. A pause. Then we stopped speaking. Claire waited. The simplicity felt deceptive. Like describing a hurricane as wind. Daniel smiled sadly. People always imagine one catastrophic event. Usually it's smaller than that. His fingers rested lightly on the letter. Or larger. The contradiction hung between them. Somehow making perfect sense. My son wanted a different life than I imagined for him. Claire nodded slowly. Daniel looked toward the rain. He wanted to move across the country. Start a business. Take risks. A faint laugh escaped him. I thought he was making a mistake. The smile disappeared. So I told him. Claire could already feel the shape of the story. Not because it was unique. Because it was painfully familiar. Parents. Children. Expectations. Love disguised as certainty. Fear disguised as wisdom. Daniel continued. He told me it wasn't my decision. The fire crackled softly. The room remained wrapped in warm light. And he was right. The words carried no hesitation. No defense. Only truth. Daniel sighed. We argued. His gaze settled on the letter. Then we argued again. Another pause. And again. Claire listened. The story unfolded gently. Without assigning villains. Without dramatic accusations. Just two people becoming increasingly convinced that understanding was impossible. Eventually Daniel laughed softly. A tired sound. The strange thing is, neither of us hated the other. Claire looked at him. We were angry. He nodded. Stubborn. Frustrated. His expression softened. But never hateful. The distinction felt important. Painfully important. Daniel leaned back. You'd think that would make reconciliation easier. Doesn't it? The man smiled sadly. No. Rain tapped gently against the window. The letter remained untouched. Daniel's eyes lingered on it. When people hate each other, at least they know the shape of the problem. Claire considered that. He continued. When people love each other and still can't speak. His voice faded. The unfinished sentence said enough. For several moments neither spoke. The room around them seemed to understand the silence. No one interrupted. No one rushed. Eventually Claire asked. Did he move? Daniel nodded. He did. And the business? A smile appeared. Small. Proud. Successful. Claire smiled too. Daniel shook his head gently. I was wrong about almost everything. The honesty felt astonishing. Not because it was rare. Because it was difficult. Especially after 21 years. Especially when pride had enough time to become identity. Daniel looked at the book. This story is about a man who spends decades traveling. His fingers brushed the cover. He keeps postponing one conversation. Claire already knew which conversation. The man laughed quietly. Eventually, he realizes time isn't extending the deadline. The fire shifted softly. The rain continued. Somewhere deeper in the room, a page turned. Daniel stared at the letter. Then finally picked it up. The movement felt significant. Not dramatic. Just meaningful. The kind of action that requires years. Claire remained silent. The letter looked old. Creased. Handled many times. Yet still sealed. You haven't opened it. Daniel smiled. No. Why? The answer arrived almost immediately. Because I know what's inside. Claire frowned slightly. Do you? The man considered. Then laughed. Probably not. He turned the envelope over in his hands. My daughter mailed it 6 months ago. The revelation surprised her. You have a daughter too? Daniel nodded. We speak. Something complicated crossed his face. Love. Regret. Gratitude. Pain. The emotions seemed intertwined. She told me my son wrote it. Claire looked at the envelope. The paper suddenly seemed heavier. 21 years compressed into a single object. Why haven't you opened it? Daniel stared at the handwriting. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, because once I read it, I have to decide what happens next. The answer settled heavily between them. Claire understood. Not the specifics. The feeling. Sometimes uncertainty felt safer than action. As long as the letter remained sealed, every possibility remained alive. Hope. Disappointment. Forgiveness. Rejection. Nothing had become real yet. Daniel smiled faintly. Ridiculous, isn't it? No. He looked surprised. Claire shook her head. I don't think it is. The rain softened. The room seemed even quieter now, as though the library itself leaned closer. Daniel looked grateful. Not because she agreed. Because she understood. There was a difference. For several minutes neither spoke. Then Daniel unfolded the letter carefully. The sound seemed louder than it should have. Paper separating after months of hesitation. Years of hesitation. Claire looked away immediately, giving him privacy. The room respected such moments. No one watched. No one intruded. Daniel began reading. Silently. The fire glowed. Rain whispered. Pages turned elsewhere in the room. Time moved differently here. Slower. Kinder. Claire pretended to read her own book, though her attention remained nearby. Not on the contents of the letter. On Daniel. His expression shifted gradually. Surprise. Confusion. A brief smile. Then sadness. Then something deeper. Relief. The changes were subtle. Human. Authentic. At one point he removed his glasses. Pressed a hand against his eyes. Then continued reading. Eventually the letter lowered. He stared into space. The paper resting in his lap. Very still. Claire waited. Finally he laughed. A single breath of laughter. Half disbelief. Half wonder. What? She asked gently. Daniel shook his head. He talks too much. The statement emerged through a smile. A real smile. Not the careful ones from earlier. Claire laughed softly. The man looked at the pages again. Then handed her a section. Read this. She hesitated. Daniel nodded. It's okay. Claire accepted. The handwriting appeared neat. Confident. She read a short passage. Not the entire letter. Just a few lines. A son writing to his father. Not accusing. Not demanding. Simply remembering. One sentence remained with her. I spent years waiting for one of us to be brave first, ****. Claire lowered the page slowly. Daniel stared into the fire. The sentence lingered between them. Beautiful. Painful. True. The man laughed again. Softly. He always was the better writer. The clock somewhere beyond the walls chimed 1 o'clock. The sound drifted through the room. Daniel folded the letter carefully. Not sealing it away this time. Just holding it. What will you do? Claire asked. He considered. then smiled. The answer seemed obvious to him now. I think I'll call him. The simplicity nearly made her emotional. Not because it solved everything. It wouldn't. 21 years could not be repaired in a phone call. But it was movement. A beginning. The first step across a distance that had felt permanent. Daniel stood. Walked to a nearby shelf. Returned with a notebook. Opened it. And began writing a phone number onto a piece of paper. Claire watched. Something about the scene felt unexpectedly profound. A father preparing to make a call. Nothing more. Nothing less. The hidden reading room seemed full of such moments. Lives changing quietly. Without announcements. Without spectacle. Just people choosing differently than before. When Daniel finished writing, he slipped the paper into his pocket. Then looked around the room. The shelves. The lamps. The books. His gaze eventually settled on Claire. Funny. What is? I spent years imagining what I'd say. He smiled. And now I think I'll just say hello. The rain continued softly beyond the windows. The fire glowed. And somewhere among the shelves of the library that opened after midnight, a man who had not spoken to his son in 21 years finally seemed ready to begin. Chapter 6: The Traveler Who Never Stayed. For the next several days, Claire found herself thinking about phone calls. Not phone calls in general. Specific ones. The important calls people delayed. The conversations postponed for months, years, sometimes decades. The calls made in parking lots while staring through windshields. The calls rehearsed repeatedly and then abandoned. The calls that changed nothing. And the calls that quietly changed everything. She wondered whether Daniel had made his. The question followed her through ordinary moments. Standing in line for coffee. Waiting for elevators. Walking home from work. She imagined him sitting beside a telephone, staring at a number written on a scrap of paper. She imagined hesitation. The final deep breath. The ringing. The voice at the other end. Then she stopped herself. The details didn't belong to her. That was something the library had taught her. People shared stories there. But ownership remained with the storyteller. Claire wasn't meant to know every ending. Only enough to understand that endings existed. That possibility existed. That movement remained possible long after most people assumed it wasn't. The realization lingered throughout the week. Alongside something else. A growing awareness of her own routines. Not dissatisfaction. Awareness. She noticed how often she took the same route home. Ordered the same meals. Visited the same grocery store. Read the same kinds of books. Made the same assumptions about tomorrow. There was comfort in routine. She understood that. But lately she had begun wondering where comfort ended and habit began. The question appeared unexpectedly one Thursday evening while she stood in front of her closet. For nearly 5 minutes she stared at 2 coats. One black. One green. The black coat was practical. Familiar. The coat she always chose. The green one had been hanging untouched for almost 2 years. Claire eventually laughed at herself. Then wore the green coat. It wasn't a significant act. No one noticed. No dramatic music accompanied the decision. Yet throughout the evening she found herself smiling whenever she caught sight of its reflection in a window. Not because of the coat. Because of the choice. A small reminder that automatic decisions were still decisions. That habits could be interrupted. That alternative versions of ordinary days existed. The city greeted her with cool evening air. Clouds drifted slowly across the sky. The rain had paused again. Storefront lights glowed warmly against damp pavement. By the time she reached Maple Street, darkness had settled comfortably over the neighborhood. The library waited beneath its familiar brass lamp. Steady. Patient. Like a place that understood people often arrived carrying things they hadn't yet named. The bell chimed as she entered. The librarian looked up. Then immediately smiled. Claire glanced down. The coat gave me away? It did. The older woman returned to her book. Good choice. Claire laughed. You notice everything. Only interesting things. The answer felt suspicious. Claire suspected the librarian noticed far more than she admitted. She wandered through the shelves. Read for a while. Drank tea. Watched rainless clouds drift beyond the windows. The evening moved gently. Unhurried. When midnight approached, she followed her now familiar path through the hidden doorway. The reading room greeted her like an old friend. Firelight. Amber lamps. Books. Soft conversations. The scent of paper and tea. She paused for a moment near the entrance. Something had changed again. Not dramatically. Subtly. A different energy occupied the room tonight. The atmosphere felt lighter. Restless. As though someone had opened a window somewhere beyond sight. Claire moved deeper among the shelves. She recognized several familiar faces. Arthur sat beside the piano again. This time the instrument's lid stood open. He wasn't playing. Yet the sight of it made her smile. Maya occupied a chair near the fireplace, reading intently. A notebook rested open beside her. She appeared entirely absorbed. Claire wondered whether new items had been added to her list. Whether she had bought more orange plates. The thought amused her. Near the far wall, Evelyn sat surrounded by books as usual. She raised a hand in greeting. Claire returned the gesture. The hidden reading room had become a collection of ongoing stories. Not continuous narratives. More like glimpses. Moments. Evidence that lives continued unfolding between visits. As she wandered toward one of the rear sections, she noticed a suitcase. A large leather suitcase. Old-fashioned. Beautifully worn. It stood beside an armchair near one of the windows. The sight felt oddly out of place. Everything else in the room seemed settled. Established. The suitcase suggested movement. Departure. Arrival. A journey interrupted. Curiosity immediately followed. The owner sat nearby. An elderly man. Perhaps late 70s. Possibly older. His face carried the weathered appearance of someone who had spent years outdoors. Sun. Wind. Distance. His silver hair was longer than most men his age wore it. His eyes possessed an unusual brightness. The kind often found in people who remained deeply curious about the world. Several travel books rested on the table beside him. Maps protruded from a leather folder. A passport lay partially visible beneath a notebook. Claire slowed her pace. The man looked up, smiled, then glanced toward the empty chair opposite him. "You look like someone deciding whether to ask a question." Claire laughed immediately. The observation felt accurate. Was it that obvious? The man nodded. Experience. His accent carried traces of several places at once. Difficult to identify. The voice of someone who had lived in many cities. She sat. The suitcase remained beside him like a silent companion. "My name's Claire." The man extended his hand. "Victor." His grip felt firm. Steady. Warm. The sort of handshake that suggested confidence without arrogance. For a moment neither spoke. The room remained wrapped in comfortable quiet. Firelight flickered softly against shelves. Pages turned somewhere nearby. A clock ticked gently. Victor glanced toward his suitcase. Then smiled. "I assume that's the question." Claire laughed. "It might be." "The suitcase." "Yes." Victor looked genuinely pleased. "Good. Good. Most people ask about my age first." The answer made her smile. "Then let's discuss the suitcase." He leaned back. "Excellent." The smile remained in place. A smile that seemed permanently connected to amusement. Not mockery. Enjoyment. The enjoyment of being alive. "Where are you traveling?" Claire asked. Victor's eyes brightened. "That depends." "On what?" "Whether you're asking where I came from or where I'm going." She considered. "Both." The man laughed softly. Then looked toward the window. As though reviewing recent memories. "I arrived from Lisbon." Claire blinked. "Recently?" 3 days ago." The answer surprised her. Victor nodded toward the suitcase. "Still haven't unpacked." She looked at him carefully. Something about the statement felt larger than logistics. "Do you travel often?" The man smiled. "Continuously." The word lingered. Claire waited. Victor folded his hands. "I spent 42 years working as an engineer. Then I retired." The fire crackled softly nearby. Everyone asked what I planned to do. His smile widened. "So I left." "Just like that?" "More or less." The answer sounded absurd, yet completely sincere. Victor laughed at her expression. "There were details." "I imagine." "A few." The room remained peaceful around them. The hidden library seemed particularly suited to stories involving long roads, long journeys, long delays. Victor continued. "My wife and I traveled together at first." The smile softened. Gentled. Claire noticed the change immediately. There it was. The inevitable complexity. Every story eventually reached the place where another person entered. Or left. Victor looked toward the fireplace. "She loved trains." The sentence carried warmth. Memory. Affection. Not destinations. Trains. Claire smiled. Specifically trains? Oh yes. Victor laughed. She could spend an entire afternoon discussing railway schedules. The image felt vivid. Unexpectedly charming. The man's eyes brightened further. We crossed Europe 3 times by rail. 8 terrible sandwiches. Missed connections. Got lost. He shook his head fondly. It was wonderful. For a few moments neither spoke. The memory seemed alive in the space between them. Then Victor continued. She died 11 years ago. The sentence arrived quietly. Without drama. Without performance. Simply truth. Claire nodded. Waiting. The man looked toward the suitcase. Then toward the rainless darkness beyond the windows. After that, I kept traveling. His voice remained calm. Steady. Almost conversational. Yet something underneath had shifted. Not pain. Not exactly. Something harder to define. Distance. Claire listened carefully. Victor smiled. Everyone thought it was admirable. The statement felt strange. Admirable? Oh yes. He laughed softly. The adventurous widower. The tireless traveler. The man still exploring the world. His fingers rested lightly on the suitcase handle. The smile remained. But something about it seemed thinner now. Less certain. I liked that story. Claire waited. Victor looked at her. Directly. I liked it very much. The honesty felt important. The kind that usually arrived only after midnight. Only in rooms like this. The fire shifted. A log settled. Soft sparks moved briefly behind the glass. Victor continued. Do you know what happens when you spend enough years moving? Claire shook her head. The man looked toward the shelves. Then answered. You stop arriving. The sentence lingered. Strange. Beautiful. Sad. Claire felt herself leaning forward slightly. Victor noticed. His smile returned. I know. It sounds poetic. No. She shook her head. It sounds true. For the first time since they met, the man became very quiet. The silence stretched comfortably. Not awkward. Thoughtful. Eventually he nodded. Yes. His gaze drifted toward the window. I think it is. The hidden reading room remained wrapped in warm light. Around them, readers turned pages. Tea steamed gently from cups. The atmosphere felt timeless. As though clocks became less persuasive within these walls. Victor looked at one of the books beside him. Its cover showed a road disappearing into distant mountains. I found this 3 months ago. He tapped the novel. A traveler. A wanderer. A man constantly searching for the next destination. Claire already sensed the direction of the story. Victor smiled. He believes motion is freedom. The man paused. Then laughed quietly. The author disagrees. What does the author believe? Victor looked at the suitcase. Then at her. That motion can become hiding. The answer settled heavily between them. Claire felt something inside herself respond. Not because she traveled. Because she understood the principle. People hid in many ways. Work. Routine. Responsibility. Movement. Stillness. Different disguises. Same purpose. Victor seemed relieved to say it aloud. As though the realization had been waiting. I thought I was honoring her. He spoke softly now. The room somehow encouraged softer voices. I thought continuing the journey kept her close. Claire listened. Victor smiled sadly. Maybe it did for a while. The firelight reflected in his eyes. But eventually I wasn't traveling with memories. A pause. I was traveling to avoid making new ones. The sentence seemed to change the air around them. Claire understood immediately. Not intellectually. Emotionally. There it was. The real story. Not geography. Not destinations. Loneliness. The kind disguised as freedom. Victor leaned back. I haven't lived anywhere for more than 3 months in 11 years. Claire blinked. Really? The man nodded. Hotels. Apartments. Guest houses. Ships. Trains. He smiled. I've become excellent at packing. The suitcase stood silently beside him. A lifetime condensed into portable form. What happens next? Claire asked. Victor looked surprised. Then amused. You sound like the book. The book asks that? Relentlessly. His smile widened. The protagonist keeps reaching destinations. Then leaving. Then arriving somewhere else. The rain finally returned. Soft. Gentle. Almost inaudible against the windows. Victor watched it for several seconds. Then spoke quietly. I bought a house. Claire stared. The statement felt so unexpected she almost laughed. You did? 3 simple words. Yet the expression on Victor's face suggested they represented something enormous. He nodded. 6 weeks ago. Claire smiled. A house. The man looked simultaneously proud and terrified. Yes. Where? A small coastal town. His eyes brightened slightly. There are fishing boats. And a bakery. And a bookstore. The smile grew. I've visited 7 times. The excitement felt genuine. Boyish. Unexpected in someone approaching 80. Yet there it was. Pure anticipation. Have you moved in? The question produced immediate laughter. No. Claire laughed too. Victor shook his head. I keep finding reasons to delay. The suitcase seemed almost embarrassed on his behalf. The man looked toward it. Then back at her. Ridiculous, isn't it? No. He smiled. Everyone here says that. The answer made her laugh again. Victor rested his hands on the table. For several moments he simply watched the rain. Then he spoke so quietly Claire almost missed it. I think I'm afraid. The admission carried surprising weight. Not because fear was unusual. Because honesty was. especially from someone who had crossed continents. Someone who seemed fearless. Victor smiled sadly. Traveling became easy. The room remained silent around them. Protective. Listening. Staying became difficult. Claire understood. The realization felt universal somehow. Not limited to places. People often became experts at movement. At beginning. At leaving. Remaining required a different courage. Victor looked down at the novel. Then opened it. A folded page marked his place. He found a passage. Read several lines silently. Then handed the book to Claire. A single sentence had been underlined lightly in pencil. Every road eventually asks whether you are escaping or arriving, ****. Claire read it twice. Then returned the book. Victor smiled. I hated that sentence. I can see why. The man laughed. So can I. For a while neither spoke. The rain continued. The fire glowed. The hidden reading room seemed suspended between worlds. Not magical. Simply removed from urgency. Removed from performance. A place where people could hear themselves think. Eventually Victor reached for his suitcase. Unzipped a small compartment. Removed a folded piece of paper. A photograph. He handed it to Claire. The image showed a small house overlooking the sea. White walls. Blue shutters. A narrow garden. Nothing extraordinary. Yet something about it felt deeply welcoming. It's beautiful. Victor nodded. The smile returned. Soft. Hopeful. I think so too. He took the photograph back carefully. Looked at it for a long moment. Then slipped it into his pocket instead of returning it to the suitcase. The gesture felt meaningful. A tiny shift. A tiny decision. Yet the hidden library seemed built from such moments. Lives changing one small movement at a time. Victor stood. Stretched. Looked toward the rain-dark windows. Then toward the shelves. Finally he smiled at Claire. I think I'll unpack. The statement sounded almost ceremonial. Like a promise. Not to a place. To himself. The suitcase remained beside his chair. Still worn. Still beautiful. Still carrying the marks of thousands of miles. But for the first time since Claire had met him, it no longer looked like a symbol of departure. It looked like something nearing rest. And as the rain whispered softly against the windows of the library that opened after midnight, Claire watched an elderly traveler discover that the bravest journey of his life might not involve going somewhere new. It might involve finally staying. Chapter 7: The Librarian's Secret. By the beginning of autumn, Claire realized she had stopped counting the days. At first, every visit to the hidden reading room had felt extraordinary. A discovery. A mystery. A secret she carried through ordinary hours. Now the experience had become something different. Not less special. More integrated. The library no longer felt separate from her life. It felt woven into it. Like a quiet thread running beneath everything else. The seasons were changing. She noticed that one evening while walking along Maple Street. The air felt cooler. Leaves gathered in corners of sidewalks. Store windows displayed deeper colors. People carried scarves. The city moved differently. More deliberately. Summer's restlessness had faded. Something calmer had taken its place. Claire paused beneath the brass lamp outside the library. Rain had returned. Not a storm. Just a patient drizzle that softened the edges of the world. For a moment she stood watching reflections shimmer across wet pavement. Then she opened the door. The familiar bell chimed. The scent of books greeted her. Paper. Wood. Tea. Time. She was beginning to think that libraries possessed their own climate. Not weather. Atmosphere. An emotional temperature distinct from the outside world. The librarian looked up from her desk. Good evening, Claire. Good evening. The older woman studied her for a moment. Then smiled. Something is different. Claire laughed. About me? Perhaps. The answer arrived with characteristic ambiguity. The librarian returned to her book. Claire removed her coat, wandered among the shelves, and thought about the observation. Something was different. She wasn't sure exactly what. But perhaps the librarian was right. The hidden reading room had changed her in ways difficult to measure. Not dramatically. No one at work had commented. No friends had called to ask what had happened. Yet subtle shifts accumulated. She walked different routes. Read different books. Started conversations she might previously have avoided. 3 weeks earlier she had signed up for a local photography class. A decision that still surprised her. She hadn't owned a camera in years. Yet when the opportunity appeared, she had heard Maya's voice in her head. Stop waiting for permission to enjoy my own life, ***. The class began next month. The thought made her smile. The librarian noticed, but said nothing. She rarely interrupted thoughts people were still discovering. The evening unfolded quietly. Claire read for a while. Browsed. Drank tea. Listened to rain against the windows. By midnight she passed through the hidden doorway once more. The reading room glowed with familiar warmth. Firelight danced softly behind glass. Books lined every wall. The atmosphere felt increasingly like a place outside ordinary time. A place where people arrived carrying invisible luggage. And occasionally left carrying less. Claire paused near the entrance. Something felt different tonight. Not in the room. In herself. A question had been growing for weeks. Perhaps longer. A question she had repeatedly postponed. Not because she feared the answer. Because she wasn't sure how to ask it. Her gaze drifted toward the far shelves. Toward the librarian. The older woman moved slowly through the room, returning books to their proper places. She seemed entirely ordinary. That was part of the mystery. Everything about her appeared ordinary. Her clothes. Her mannerisms. Her voice. Nothing theatrical. Nothing enigmatic. And yet, she knew things. Not supernatural things. Human things. She seemed to understand people with unusual precision. She asked the right questions. Offered the right silences. Appeared beside the right shelf at the right moment. Claire had spent weeks observing it. The librarian never pushed anyone. Never advised. Never explained. Yet somehow she helped. The realization returned repeatedly. Arthur. Maya. Daniel. Victor. Each story seemed connected to a book. A conversation. A moment. And somehow the librarian always appeared nearby. Like a gardener tending something invisible. Tonight Claire decided she wanted to know more. Not about the doorway. Not about the room. About her. The woman behind the desk. The keeper of midnight stories. The librarian's secret. The opportunity arrived unexpectedly. Around 1 o'clock, the room grew quieter than usual. Several readers departed. Others disappeared among distant shelves. Claire found herself alone near the fireplace. The librarian appeared carrying 2 cups of tea. Without a word she offered one. Claire accepted. The older woman settled into a nearby chair. For several moments neither spoke. The silence felt comfortable. Rain whispered softly against the windows. The fire crackled. A page turned somewhere far away. Finally Claire smiled. I have a question. The librarian laughed immediately. Only one? At the moment. The older woman nodded. That's manageable. Claire wrapped her hands around the warm cup. Then asked carefully. How much do you know about the people who come here? The librarian looked into her tea. Then toward the shelves. Less than they think. The answer felt honest. And incomplete. Claire waited. The older woman smiled. People tell stories. Eventually. They revealed themselves. She shrugged gently. My job mostly involves listening. The fire shifted softly. Claire considered the answer. Then tried again. How did you learn to understand people so well? The librarian's smile widened. I didn't. Claire laughed. You absolutely did. The older woman shook her head. No. She leaned back. Rain moved across the windows behind her. The trick isn't understanding people. A pause. It's paying attention. The sentence lingered. Simple. Yet surprisingly profound. Claire nodded slowly. The librarian continued. Most people announce who they are constantly. Her eyes drifted around the room. They just don't use words. The firelight reflected gently in her glasses. They use habits. Silences. Choices. Questions. Claire listened carefully. The older woman smiled. Pay attention long enough and people become remarkably honest. For a while neither spoke. The atmosphere remained calm. Protected. Then Claire asked the question she had truly been carrying. Why do you stay? The librarian looked surprised. Not offended. Genuinely surprised. Stay? Here. Claire gestured toward the shelves. The library. The reading room. The older woman became thoughtful. For several moments she watched the fire. Then smiled faintly. I wondered when someone would ask. The answer immediately caught Claire's attention. Someone has asked before. Oh, many times. The librarian laughed softly. They usually ask about the doorway first. Claire smiled. I've stopped asking about the doorway. A wise decision. The older woman folded her hands. Then looked toward the rain-dark windows. When I was 27, I almost left. The sentence arrived quietly. Unexpectedly. Claire sat a little straighter. The librarian rarely spoke about herself. Almost never. The revelation felt significant. Left where? The city. Her voice softened slightly. The library. The life I had. Rain tapped gently against the glass. The room seemed to lean closer. Listening. I had been accepted into a doctoral program. The older woman smiled at the memory. History. Claire nodded. You mentioned that once. I did. The librarian looked amused. You remember more than you think. The observation felt true. The hidden reading room encouraged memory. People listened differently here. The older woman continued. I was convinced my future existed somewhere else. The fire crackled softly. There was another city. Another university. Another version of my life. Claire waited. The story unfolded slowly. Like pages turning. What happened? The librarian stared into the flames. Then laughed quietly. A storm. The answer surprised her. A storm? The older woman nodded. Not metaphorically. A real storm. Claire smiled. The librarian returned the smile. It flooded the library basement. The absurdity of the explanation seemed to amuse both of them. For 3 days we moved books. She shook her head. Thousands of books. Rain whispered against the windows. The irony wasn't lost on either of them. What did that change? The librarian became thoughtful. For a moment she seemed to travel somewhere distant. Not physically. Through memory. When you're carrying books for 3 days straight, she said softly, people talk. Claire nodded. The older woman smiled. They told me stories. The fire glowed warmly between them. Students. Teachers. Retirees. Travelers. Her gaze drifted across the room. The library filled with people trying to save books. The smile remained. And while they worked, they told me about their lives. Claire listened. The older woman's voice had changed slightly. Not emotional. Reflective. As though she were revisiting a place she hadn't entered for years. I remember realizing something. What? The librarian looked around the hidden reading room. The shelves. The lamps. The quiet readers. Everything surrounding them. I loved history. A pause. But I loved people more. The sentence settled gently between them. Claire felt something shift. Not because the revelation was dramatic. Because it felt true. Deeply true. The librarian laughed softly. I know. It sounds obvious now. No. Claire shook her head. It doesn't. The older woman smiled gratefully. Then continued. I never left. The words carried no regret. Only certainty. The kind that arrives after decades. I stayed. The doctoral program disappeared. The years continued. She shrugged gently. And eventually I realized I had arrived exactly where I belonged. The fire crackled. Rain continued. The hidden room remained suspended between night and morning. Claire looked around. Then back at the librarian. Do you ever wonder what would have happened? The question emerged quietly. Without judgment. Without expectation. The older woman smiled immediately. Of course. Claire laughed. The honesty felt refreshing. The librarian nodded. Everyone wonders. Her gaze settled on the shelves. The mistake is believing the other life would have contained fewer questions. The sentence lingered. Beautiful. Wise. Unexpected. For several moments neither spoke. Then Claire asked, "Were you happy?" The older woman considered carefully. Long enough that the answer felt important. Finally she nodded. Mostly. The honesty remained intact. Not always. Not perfectly. Mostly. The answer felt more trustworthy than certainty. Claire looked down at her tea. Then asked another question. Did you ever get married? The librarian smiled. There was no discomfort. No avoidance. Just memory. Yes. The answer surprised Claire. She wasn't sure why. Perhaps because she had unconsciously imagined the librarian existing only here. Among books. Outside ordinary life. The older woman nodded. His name was Thomas. The smile softened immediately. Warmth appeared. Affection. He repaired clocks. Claire laughed. Of course he did. The librarian joined her. The pairing somehow felt inevitable. Books and clocks. Stories and time. The man seemed to belong naturally to her history. We were married 38 years. The firelight reflected softly in her glasses. He was very patient. Claire smiled. With you? Especially with me. The answer arrived without hesitation. The older woman laughed. I collected projects. Questions. Books. She shook her head. Thomas collected patience. The affection in her voice felt unmistakable. A living thing. Present even now. Claire hesitated. Then asked gently. Past tense. The librarian nodded. No sadness entered her expression. Only reality. He died 6 years ago. The room remained quiet. Protective. Respectful. Rain continued softly beyond the windows. Claire waited. The older woman looked toward the shelves. Then smiled. You know what's strange? What? I still tell him things. The answer emerged naturally. Without embarrassment. Without apology. The honesty of it touched Claire immediately. The librarian continued. When something interesting happens. When I find a good book. When someone here discovers something important. She laughed softly. I still think about how I'd tell him. The fire glowed warmly. The hidden reading room seemed to understand. Some loves changed form rather than ending. The librarian smiled toward the rain. As it turns out, grief is less about losing conversation. Claire listened carefully. It's about losing audience. The sentence settled deeply. Beautifully. Painfully. True. For several moments neither spoke. The room around them breathed quietly. Pages turned. Rain whispered. Time moved gently forward. Eventually Claire asked the question she hadn't planned to ask. The question waiting beneath all the others. Why does this place exist? The librarian looked at her. For the first time all evening, the older woman didn't smile immediately. Instead, she studied the fire, the shelves, the readers, the hidden room itself. Then she answered carefully. Which place? Claire frowned slightly. The reading room. The library after midnight. The older woman nodded slowly. Asking the difficult questions tonight. Claire laughed. Apparently. The librarian became thoughtful. Long thoughtful. The kind that couldn't be rushed. Finally she spoke. I don't know. The answer surprised her. Not because she expected certainty. Because the librarian sounded sincere. Completely sincere. I truly don't. Rain tapped softly against the windows. The fire crackled. The older woman folded her hands. I know how it sounds. Claire waited. The librarian smiled faintly. But I stopped looking for explanations years ago. Her gaze moved across the room. The readers. The books. The quiet conversations. The people sitting at crossroads in their lives. I only know what happens here. A pause. People arrive. Another. They read. The smile returned. Sometimes they leave differently. Claire followed her gaze. Arthur. Maya. Daniel. Victor. All of them had changed. Not dramatically. Not magically. Humanly. The librarian nodded toward the shelves. Maybe that's enough. The sentence lingered. Claire sat quietly. Thinking. Listening to the rain. Watching the fire. The mystery remained unsolved. Perhaps it always would. And yet. For the first time, she realized she no longer needed an explanation. Not really. The reading room mattered because it existed. Because people arrived carrying questions. Because stories helped. Because conversations mattered. Because sometimes a book appeared at exactly the right moment. The mechanism seemed less important than the result. The librarian stood slowly, gathering empty cups. Then paused beside Claire's chair. For a moment she appeared about to say something. Something she rarely did. Something personal. Finally she smiled. You've changed. Claire looked up. The words felt familiar. An echo of their earlier conversation. How? The librarian considered. Then answered gently. You've started participating in your own life again. The sentence struck with unexpected force. Not because it was dramatic. Because it felt true. The older woman continued toward the shelves, leaving Claire beside the fire, alone with her thoughts. alone with the rain. Alone with the realization that the greatest mystery in the library might never have been the hidden doorway. It might have been the quiet ways people found their way back to themselves. And somewhere among the shelves, beneath warm lamps and the patient rhythm of turning pages, Claire began to suspect that her own story was moving towards something she had not yet recognized. Something waiting. Like a book on a table. Like a door between shelves. Like a conversation postponed until exactly the right moment. Chapter 8, Stories Left on the Shelf. The first cold night of the season arrived quietly. No dramatic weather report announced it. No sudden storm swept across the city. People simply stepped outside one evening and realized autumn had deepened. Scarves appeared. Coats emerged from closets. Breath lingered faintly in the air. Claire noticed the change while walking home from work. The sky darkened earlier now. Streetlights illuminated sidewalks before dinner. Trees along Maple Street had begun surrendering their leaves. Gold. Copper. Deep red. The city seemed to be turning pages. She smiled at the thought. Since discovering the library, she had started seeing stories everywhere. Not metaphorically. Literally. Every person appeared to be carrying one. Every stranger on a bus. Every cashier. Every commuter staring through train windows. The hidden reading room had altered the way she looked at people. Not by making them mysterious. By making them visible. The realization accompanied her throughout the evening. Past restaurants. Past bookstores. Past apartment windows glowing warmly against the dark. Everyone, she thought, was in the middle of something. A decision. A memory. A regret. A beginning. An ending. A conversation they hadn't yet had. A dream they hadn't entirely abandoned. The thought felt comforting. Human lives were rarely as finished as they appeared from the outside. By the time she reached Maple Street, a light rain had begun. Not enough to require an umbrella. Just enough to perfume the air with damp leaves and stone. The library glowed ahead. Warm and familiar. The brass lamp above the entrance shone like a small lighthouse. Claire felt a quiet happiness she no longer tried to explain. The bell chimed as she entered. The librarian looked up. "Good evening." "Good evening." The older woman studied her for a moment. Then smiled. "You look thoughtful." Claire laughed. "When do I not?" The librarian considered. "Fair point." The answer made them both smile. For the next 2 hours Claire wandered through the ordinary sections of the library. History. Travel. Literature. Poetry. She noticed something she had previously overlooked. People left notes inside recommendation cards. Not messages to one another. Responses. Small handwritten reflections. Beneath one question, ***, what would you ask your younger self, ***, someone had written. Less advice. More curiosity, ***. Another card asked. When did you last begin again, ***. Someone had answered. Last Tuesday. It was smaller than I expected, ***. Claire found herself standing there for nearly 10 minutes. Reading strangers' thoughts. Smiling. Thinking. The hidden reading room wasn't the only place stories existed. They overflowed into every corner of the library. Perhaps they always had. Perhaps she had only recently learned how to notice them. When midnight arrived, she passed through the familiar doorway. The transition felt almost natural now. Not ordinary. Never ordinary. But familiar. The reading room welcomed her with its soft lamps and warm firelight. Rain tapped gently against the high windows. The scent of tea drifted through the air. Books surrounded everything. The room seemed especially peaceful tonight. Many of the regular visitors were present. Arthur sat near the piano. A notebook rested beside him. Maya occupied a chair near the fireplace. She was reading with complete concentration. Victor stood near a shelf studying maps. Evelyn appeared to be arguing silently with a novel. Claire could tell by her expression. The sight made her smile. Over the months, these people had become something unusual. Not quite friends. Not merely acquaintances. A constellation. Lives crossing gently. Stories overlapping. People connected through observation rather than obligation. She moved deeper into the room, eventually settling near one of the rear windows. The rain outside blurred the city into soft pools of light. For a while she read. Or tried to. Her attention kept wandering. Not toward distraction. Toward reflection. The librarian's words from several nights earlier continued echoing in her thoughts. You've started participating in your own life again, asterisk asterisk. The sentence had followed her everywhere. During work. During walks. During meals. At first she resisted it. The observation seemed too simple. Then she began noticing evidence. The photography class. The green coat. New routes home. Conversations she no longer avoided. Small changes. Yet collectively meaningful. The realization felt both encouraging and unsettling. Because participation implied responsibility. If life improved, she could no longer pretend it happened accidentally. The thought remained with her as she closed her book. A movement nearby caught her attention. An unfamiliar woman stood beside one of the shelves. Unlike many visitors, she wasn't reading. She appeared to be studying the room itself. Slowly. Carefully. As though searching for something. Or someone. Claire watched for a moment. The woman looked to be in her early 60s. Dark skin. Silver-streaked hair. A long gray coat. Intelligent eyes. There was something striking about her presence. Not dramatic. Grounded. She carried herself like someone accustomed to listening. The woman eventually selected a book. Then another. Then a third. Yet instead of sitting down, she continued wandering. Thoughtful. Curious. Almost restless. Their eyes met briefly. The woman smiled warmly. Then approached. Do you mind if I sit here? Claire gestured toward the empty chair. Of course. The woman settled comfortably. A stack of books rested on her lap. For several moments neither spoke. The rain whispered against the windows. Firelight flickered softly across distant shelves. The atmosphere encouraged patience. Eventually the woman laughed quietly. I always forget how peaceful this room is. Claire looked at her. You've been here before? The woman smiled. Many times. Her voice carried confidence. Familiarity. Comfort. Claire introduced herself. The woman nodded. I'm Helena. They shook hands. Something about Helena immediately felt reassuring. Not because she seemed cheerful. Because she seemed present. Entirely present. The quality was surprisingly rare. For a while they sat quietly. Then Claire glanced at the books resting on Helena's lap. 3 novels. Each looked worn. Loved. Frequently read. Good choices? Helena followed her gaze. Then laughed. Actually, I'm returning them. The answer surprised Claire. All 3? The woman nodded. I reread them every year. Claire smiled. Why? Helena considered. Then answered. To see what changed. The response intrigued her immediately. The books? No. Helena smiled. Me. Rain moved softly across the glass. The sentence lingered. Beautiful in its simplicity. Helena rested a hand on the top book. When you're young, you read for the story. A pause. When you're older, you read for the conversation. Claire thought about that. It felt true. Increasingly true. The woman continued. Some books grow with you. Or maybe they reveal different parts of themselves. The fire crackled softly. Several readers turned pages nearby. The hidden room remained wrapped in warm light. Claire asked, Do these? Helena looked down at the books. Then smiled. They saved my life once. The statement arrived calmly. Without drama. Yet Claire felt immediate curiosity. Not alarm. Curiosity. Helena seemed to notice. The woman laughed softly. That sounds more dramatic than it is. Claire smiled. I'm listening. Helena settled deeper into the chair. For a moment she watched the rain. Then began. I spent 32 years teaching literature. Claire nodded. The profession fit somehow. Perfectly. The woman possessed a teacher's calm. A teacher's patience. A teacher's attention. I loved it. Her smile confirmed the statement. Truly. The warmth in her voice left no doubt. The books. The students. The discussions. She shook her head gently. I was one of those annoying people who genuinely enjoyed work. Claire laughed. Helena joined her. Then the smile softened. I retired. The sentence carried a subtle shift. The beginning of the actual story. Claire listened. The woman looked toward the shelves. Everyone congratulated me. A pause. Which was lovely. The smile returned briefly. Then faded. But something strange happened. Rain tapped softly against the windows. The fire glowed. The room listened. I became invisible. Claire frowned slightly. Helena noticed. Not to other people. She shook her head. To myself. The answer settled gently. Unexpectedly. Powerfully. The woman folded her hands. For 32 years I knew exactly who I was. Claire nodded. Teacher. Mentor. Guide. The role alone carried identity. Purpose. Structure. Helena continued. Then one afternoon I cleaned out my classroom. The memory seemed vivid. Present. I carried boxes to my car. I drove home. The rain continued softly. And the next morning. She smiled sadly. There was nowhere I needed to be. The sentence lingered. Claire felt it immediately. The quiet shock of absence. The disappearance of rhythm. The sudden silence where purpose once lived. Helena nodded toward the books. For months I wandered around my apartment. The laugh that followed held no bitterness. Only honesty. I reorganized cupboards. Sorted drawers. Made lists. Claire smiled. The activities felt familiar. The human tendency to replace meaning with tasks. Temporarily. Helena looked toward the window. One afternoon I realized I hadn't spoken to anyone all day. The room seemed even quieter now. The woman continued. Then I realized it had happened several times. The fire crackled gently. Rain traced silver paths across the glass. Helena touched the top book. I came here shortly afterward. Claire looked around the reading room. The shelves. The lamps. The chairs. The familiar atmosphere. What happened? The woman smiled. I found a book I'd taught for 20 years. Claire laughed softly. One of these? Helena nodded. The smile widened. I hated it. The answer surprised her. You hated it? Completely. The woman laughed. I spent 2 decades teaching that novel. And suddenly it was teaching me. Claire immediately understood. Or thought she did. Helena continued. The story wasn't different. Her fingers brushed the cover. I was. The rain softened. Almost disappeared. The room remained wrapped in golden light. Helena looked down at the books. That's when I realized something. What? The woman smiled. A role had ended. The answer felt important. Not complete. Important. But a person remained. Claire sat very still. The sentence moved through her slowly. Finding places she hadn't expected. Helena continued. I spent months mourning a version of myself. Her voice remained gentle. Reflective. Then I realized she hadn't vanished. The smile returned. Warm. Certain. She just needed somewhere else to go. The firelight reflected softly in her eyes. Claire thought about Arthur. About Maya. About Daniel. About Victor. A pattern emerged. Not obvious before. Obvious now. None of them had been searching for entirely new lives. They had been searching for continuity. A way to carry old versions of themselves forward. Without becoming trapped inside them. Helena seemed to read her thoughts. Most people assume change means replacement. The woman shook her head. It doesn't. Rain returned briefly. gentle against the windows. Sometimes change means integration. The word hung in the air. Integration. Not erasure. Not abandonment. Inclusion. Helena smiled. I still teach. Claire blinked. You do? Oh yes. The woman's eyes brightened. Not formally. She laughed. No grades. No curriculum. No meetings. The relief in her voice amused them both. What do you teach? Helena's smile widened. Whoever asks. The answer felt perfectly suited to her. She explained. Community centers. Book clubs. Local workshops. Libraries. Conversations. People. The boundaries had changed. The purpose remained. Helena touched the stack of novels. These remind me. Of what? The woman looked around the reading room. The readers. The shelves. The stories quietly unfolding. That every life contains chapters. The answer felt familiar. Maya had said something similar months earlier. Yet Helena's version carried its own shape. Its own wisdom. The woman smiled softly. The mistake is leaving old chapters unfinished because you're afraid to begin new ones. The fire glowed warmly. Rain whispered. The room seemed suspended beyond ordinary hours. For several moments neither spoke. Then Helena stood. Gathering her books. I should return these. Claire nodded. The conversation felt complete. Not ended. Complete. The distinction mattered. Before leaving, Helena paused. Then looked back. You know what's interesting? What? The woman's eyes sparkled with amusement. Most people think this room is full of stories. Claire smiled. It is. Helena laughed. No. She gestured toward the shelves. Those are books. The answer puzzled her. Then Helena pointed gently around the room. Toward the readers. The chairs. The quiet conversations. The people sitting beneath lamps. The people thinking. Remembering. Beginning again. Those are stories. The sentence lingered long after she walked away. Claire remained seated by the window. Watching the rain. Watching the room. Watching people. Arthur writing notes. Maya smiling at something she had just read. Victor studying a map. Evelyn arguing silently with another novel. The librarian returning books to shelves. Stories. Everywhere. Living stories. Unfinished stories. Stories still deciding what happened next. For the first time, Claire wondered what someone else might see if they looked at her. What story appeared from the outside? A woman who had discovered a hidden library. A woman who kept returning. A woman slowly becoming visible to herself again. The thought stayed with her as she sat beneath the warm lamplight. Listening to rain. Listening to pages turn. Listening to the quiet pulse of lives unfolding all around her. And somewhere deep inside, another realization began to form. Not fully. Not yet. Just the outline of something waiting. Like a book still closed. Like a chapter not yet written. like a story left on the shelf, patiently waiting for its turn to be read. Chapter 9, The Last Book Waiting for Claire. The first frost arrived on a Tuesday morning. Claire noticed it from her kitchen window. A thin layer of white shimmered across parked cars. Rooftops glowed pale beneath the early sunlight. Tree branches looked delicate and temporary, as though the entire city had been sketched lightly onto the world overnight. She stood with a cup of coffee in her hands and watched her breath cloud the glass. For a moment she thought about winter. About time. About how many months had passed since she first wandered down Maple Street in the rain and noticed a library she somehow had never seen before. The realization startled her. What had begun as curiosity had become routine. No. Not routine. Something more meaningful than routine. Ritual. A place she returned to not because she needed answers, but because she had learned the value of questions. The thought stayed with her all morning. At work. During lunch. During a meeting that seemed determined to continue forever. The hidden reading room had changed her life. The sentence felt dramatic. She almost rejected it immediately. Yet the more she examined it, the more accurate it seemed. Not because anything extraordinary had happened. No lottery tickets. No grand romances. No miraculous revelations. Instead, something quieter had occurred. She had become interested in living again. The realization carried surprising emotional weight. She walked home slowly that evening. The city glowed beneath a cold twilight. Windows shone warmly against the gathering darkness. People hurried toward restaurants and apartments. Street musicians performed beneath awnings. The world felt alive. Not because it had changed. Because she was paying attention. By the time she reached Maple Street, the temperature had dropped noticeably. The brass lamp outside the library cast a soft golden circle across the sidewalk. Claire paused beneath it. As she often did now. The building looked exactly the same as the night she first discovered it. Yet she no longer felt like the same person standing outside. The bell chimed when she entered. The librarian glanced up. Then smiled. A small smile. The kind shared between people who have already spoken, even before words arrive. Good evening. Good evening. The older woman studied her for a moment. Then returned to her book. Nothing else needed saying. For the next several hours Claire wandered through familiar shelves. She read. Browsed. Drank tea. Watched darkness deepen beyond the windows. The ordinary library felt increasingly connected to the hidden reading room. Not separate places. Different expressions of the same thing. A home for stories. At 12:07, she passed through the doorway. The reading room greeted her with its usual warmth. Firelight. Books. Soft lamps. Comfortable chairs. Rain was absent tonight. Instead, frost painted delicate patterns along the corners of the high windows. The city beyond seemed distant. Quiet. The room felt particularly calm. Several familiar visitors were present. Arthur sat at the piano. Actually sitting at the piano. His fingers moved carefully across the keys. The melody was hesitant. Far from perfect. Yet beautiful in its sincerity. Nobody applauded. Nobody interrupted. The music simply became part of the room. A conversation between persistence and time. Maya read near the fireplace. Victor studied photographs. Evelyn appeared asleep behind a novel large enough to conceal a small village. The librarian moved among shelves, returning books, straightening others, occupying the space with the ease of someone who belonged completely. Claire smiled. Then something caught her attention. The table. The table where she had first found the days we thought would last forever. A single book rested there. Alone. Waiting. The sight immediately stirred something inside her. The book hadn't been there the previous night. She was certain. Slowly she approached. The room seemed quieter with each step. Not actually quieter. Her awareness had simply narrowed. The title became visible. Simple. Unassuming. Dark blue cover. Silver lettering. She stopped. The title read, "The Life You Haven't Met Yet ****. Claire stared. For several seconds she didn't move. The words seemed strangely personal. Not because they described a specific event. Because they described a possibility. The life you haven't met yet. The title carried neither accusation nor promise. Only invitation. She reached out. Touched the cover. The book felt warm. Not physically warm. Familiar warm. Like an object waiting in exactly the right place. Behind her, a voice spoke gently. "You found it." Claire turned. The librarian stood several feet away. For some reason the sight of her there felt significant. Different. The older woman smiled softly. Claire looked back at the book. Then at her. "Is this mine?" The question escaped before she could stop it. The librarian considered. Then answered. "That depends." Claire laughed quietly. "On what?" The older woman glanced toward the shelves. Toward the room. Toward the people reading beneath warm lamps. Then back at Claire. "On whether you open it." The answer lingered. Claire picked up the book. The weight felt reassuring. She carried it to her favorite chair near the window. The frost beyond the glass shimmered faintly beneath distant streetlights. The room glowed around her. Arthur's piano drifted softly through the air. Not performance. Practice. The sound somehow made it more beautiful. Claire settled into the chair. Opened the book. The first chapter began simply. No mystery. No dramatic hook. Just a woman sitting alone in a cafe. Watching people pass outside. The woman wasn't unhappy. Claire froze. Slowly she continued reading. The description felt uncomfortably familiar. A stable life. Predictable days. Friendships that had quietly faded. Dreams that hadn't died. Only drifted. The resemblance wasn't exact. Yet close enough to feel intentional. For nearly an hour she read without interruption. The story unfolded gently. Observationally. The protagonist wandered through ordinary life carrying a question she couldn't quite name. She wasn't searching for transformation. She wasn't seeking adventure. She simply sensed something missing. something difficult to identify. Claire felt her chest tighten slightly. The recognition was impossible to ignore. At some point Arthur stopped playing. The room returned to silence. Still she read. The novel moved carefully, patiently, refusing dramatic shortcuts. The protagonist met people, listened to stories, began noticing details she had previously overlooked. A florist arranging flowers. A man feeding birds in a park. A stranger reading poetry on a train. Small moments, accumulating meaning. Claire turned another page. Then another. Then another. At some point she became aware of someone sitting nearby. She looked up. Maya. The woman smiled. Good book? Claire laughed softly. I think it's spying on me. Maya nodded knowingly. That sounds about right. The answer amused them both. Maya glanced toward the cover. Then smiled again. I've seen that one before. Claire blinked. You have? Oh yes. The woman settled comfortably into her chair. For about 20 minutes. The answer surprised her. Only 20 minutes? Maya laughed. It wasn't my book. Claire looked down at the cover. Then back at Maya. What does that mean? The woman considered. Then shrugged gently. Some books are temporary visitors. The sentence felt perfectly suited to the hidden reading room. Maya continued. I opened it. Read a few pages. Realized it wasn't talking to me. The smile softened. It was waiting for someone else. Claire looked at the novel resting in her lap. A strange sensation moved through her. Not ownership. Recognition. Maya studied her expression. Then asked quietly. What are you seeing? The question lingered. Claire stared toward the frost-covered window. Searching for words. Eventually she answered. Myself. The honesty surprised her. Yet it felt correct. Maya nodded. Not surprised. Not dramatic. Simply understanding. The room remained wrapped in warm light. Books surrounded them. The fire crackled softly. For several moments neither spoke. Then Maya smiled. You know what's funny? What? When I first came here, I thought every story was about change. Claire looked at her. The woman laughed quietly. Turns out most stories are about permission. The sentence landed with unusual force. Permission. The word echoed. Claire thought about Maya's list. Arthur's piano. Daniel's phone call. Victor's house. Helena's teaching. The librarian's decision to stay. Permission. Not to become someone else. To become themselves. The realization lingered long after Maya returned to her reading. Claire looked down at the novel. Continued. The protagonist eventually encountered an elderly photographer. A man who spent decades documenting ordinary lives. Not famous people. Not historical events. Ordinary moments. The photographer shared an observation. A simple sentence. Yet Claire stopped reading immediately after it. The line read, Most people spend years waiting for a beginning that has already happened, asterisk asterisk. She read it twice. Then a third time. The words settled somewhere deep. Quietly. Permanently. The beginning had already happened. The thought followed her as she closed the book briefly. The room around her seemed different now. Not because it had changed. Because she had. She looked around. Arthur laughing softly with Evelyn. Victor studying a photograph of his coastal house. Maya making notes in her notebook. The librarian returning books. Lives continuing. Stories continuing. Not waiting. Continuing. For several minutes Claire simply watched. Observed. Listened. The hidden reading room seemed filled with evidence. Evidence that people could begin again. Evidence that meaning wasn't limited by age. Evidence that unfinished chapters remained alive. Eventually she returned to the novel. The final sections felt increasingly personal. The protagonist stopped searching for dramatic transformation. Instead, she began making choices. Small ones. Meaningful ones. A photography class. A different route home. New conversations. Moments of participation. Claire laughed softly. The resemblance had become impossible to ignore. When she finally reached the last page, she found herself unexpectedly emotional. Not sad. Not overwhelmed. Moved. The final sentence read. The future had not been waiting for her, asterisk asterisk. It had been walking beside her the entire time, patiently waiting to be noticed, asterisk asterisk. Claire closed the book slowly. The room remained quiet. Protected. Safe. For several moments she simply held the cover. Feeling the weight of it. The weight of recognition. Then she became aware of someone standing nearby. The librarian. Of course. The older woman smiled gently. Finished? Claire nodded. The librarian looked toward the book. Then back at her. And? Claire searched for words. Found none. Eventually she laughed. A soft laugh. Part disbelief. Part gratitude. I think I understand. The older woman seemed unsurprised. Understand what? Claire glanced around the room. The shelves. The readers. The warm lamps. The hidden space that existed only after midnight. Then she answered carefully. Why everyone keeps coming back. The librarian smiled. For a moment neither spoke. Then the older woman sat in the chair beside her. A rare gesture. An important one. Claire sensed it immediately. The librarian looked around the room. Then asked quietly. Do you remember your first night here? Claire smiled. The memory remained vivid. Rain. Curiosity. The impossible doorway. Feeling lost without admitting it. Yes. The older woman nodded. What were you looking for? The question lingered. Claire stared toward the frost-covered window. At first she thought she knew the answer. Then realized she didn't. Not entirely. Not yet. Eventually she spoke. I thought I was looking for something new. The librarian listened. Claire smiled faintly. I don't think that's true anymore. The fire crackled softly. The room remained suspended between night and morning. What do you think now? The older woman asked. Claire looked around. At every person she had met. Every story she had witnessed. Every quiet transformation. Then she answered. I think I was looking for something I lost. The librarian nodded slowly. Not prompting. Not interpreting. Simply listening. Claire continued. Myself. The word emerged quietly. Without embarrassment. Without drama. Just truth. The older woman smiled. A warm smile. A familiar smile. The kind she offered when people finally heard themselves clearly. For several moments neither spoke. The silence felt complete. Meaningful. Then the librarian stood. Gathered the book gently from Claire's hands. Looked at the cover. And smiled. I was wondering when it would find you. The sentence lingered. Claire watched as the older woman carried the novel toward the shelves. Not returning it. Not hiding it. Simply placing it among countless others. Where it belonged. And as she sat beside the frost-covered window in the library that opened after midnight, Claire realized something unexpected. The greatest mystery had never been the hidden doorway. Not really. The greatest mystery was how a person could spend years living inside their own life without fully arriving there. And how, somehow, they could still find their way home. Chapter 10: Why the Library Opened After Midnight. Winter arrived gradually. The city did not wake one morning transformed. Instead, cold accumulated in small increments. A sharper wind. Earlier sunsets. Trees standing bare against pale skies. People walking faster. Windows glowing warmer. December settled across the streets like a blanket drawn gently over sleeping shoulders. And through it all, Claire continued returning to Maple Street. The library remained exactly where it had always been. The green sign. The brass lamp. The scent of books and polished wood. The familiar bell. The librarian's quiet smile. The hidden reading room beyond midnight. Nothing appeared different. Yet everything felt different. Because Claire no longer arrived carrying the same questions. That realization surprised her one evening as she stood outside the library watching snow drift through the glow of the streetlights. The flakes moved lazily. Unhurried. The city seemed quieter beneath them. Almost thoughtful. She stood there for several moments. Hands tucked into her coat pockets. Watching winter gather itself around the neighborhood. Months earlier she would have been hurrying home. Thinking about work. Thinking about tomorrow. Thinking about all the things that felt unfinished. Now she found herself simply standing. Observing. Present. The change felt small. Yet profound. Eventually she opened the door. The bell chimed. The familiar warmth greeted her. The librarian glanced up. Good evening. Good evening. The older woman studied her for a moment. Then smiled. The smile lingered slightly longer than usual. As though she knew something. Claire almost commented. Then decided not to. Some silences deserved respect. She spent several hours wandering among the shelves, reading, thinking, watching snow collect beyond the windows. By midnight she passed through the hidden doorway once again. The reading room glowed softly. Firelight flickered. Books surrounded every wall. The atmosphere felt peaceful, timeless, like a place existing somewhere between memory and possibility. Many familiar faces were present. Arthur sat beside the piano. This time he was playing confidently. Not perfectly, but confidently. The difference mattered. Maya laughed quietly over tea with Evelyn. Victor examined photographs spread across a table. Helena discussed a novel with a younger visitor. Daniel sat near the fireplace reading a letter. A new letter. Claire smiled immediately. The sight filled her with unexpected warmth. The room felt alive. Not crowded. Alive. Stories continuing. Lives unfolding. People moving forward. For a while she simply wandered. Observing. Listening. Enjoying the atmosphere. Then something caught her attention. Near the fireplace stood a wooden display table she had never seen before. Or perhaps had never noticed. Several books rested there. Not many. 6 or 7. Each looked familiar. Claire approached. Slowly. Her pulse quickened slightly. The titles emerged one by one. The Musician's Winter. Arthur. The House After the Storm. Maya. The Long Road Home. Daniel. Maps for Staying. Victor. A novel Helena had once described. Several others she recognized. The stories. The books. The companions. The lives she had watched unfold. Claire stood very still. The realization washed over her gradually. The display contained pieces of the journey. Not hers alone. Everyone's. A quiet archive of transformation. A record of people arriving at crossroads. Then choosing movement. She looked around the room. Arthur glanced up from the piano. Smiled. Maya raised her teacup. Victor nodded warmly. One by one, the familiar visitors acknowledged her. Not dramatically. Simply naturally. As though she belonged among them now. The realization touched her more deeply than she expected. Because she did belong. Not because she had earned membership. Not because anyone had granted permission. Because she had stayed. She had listened. She had participated. She had become part of the story. The thought lingered as she continued walking. Eventually she found herself near the rear windows. Snow drifted beyond the glass. The city glowed softly beneath white rooftops. The view felt beautiful. Comforting. For a while she simply stood there. Watching. Thinking. Remembering. The first night. The rain. The doorway. The confusion. The curiosity. The exhaustion she hadn't known how to name. The woman she had been. The distance she had traveled without moving very far at all. A voice spoke quietly behind her. You've been looking at that window for 10 minutes. Claire smiled before turning. The librarian stood nearby. Holding 2 cups of tea. Of course. The older woman offered one. Claire accepted. The warmth felt welcome. Together they stood beside the window. Snow continued falling. Neither spoke immediately. The silence felt earned. Eventually Claire laughed softly. I think I've been trying to remember something. The librarian nodded. Have you found it? Claire considered. Then smiled. I think so. The older woman seemed pleased. Neither pressed further. The room remained calm around them. Arthur's piano drifted softly through the air. Pages turned. The fire crackled. Time moved gently. Then Claire asked the question she had been carrying for weeks. Perhaps months. Not because she expected an answer. Because she was finally ready to hear whatever answer existed. She looked at the librarian. Why does the library open after midnight? The older woman smiled immediately. Not surprised. Not evasive. Almost relieved. As though she had been waiting. For a moment she said nothing. Instead she looked around the room. The shelves. The readers. The books. The quiet conversations. Everything contained within the hidden space. Then she spoke. Carefully. Thoughtfully. As far as I know, nobody has ever answered that. Claire laughed softly. I suspected as much. The librarian nodded. Snow drifted beyond the windows. The room glowed warmly behind them. Finally, the older woman continued. But I've had theories. Claire listened. The librarian smiled. Would you like one? Very much. The older woman folded her hands around her teacup. Then looked toward the fireplace. I think midnight matters because it's a border. The sentence settled gently. Claire waited. The librarian continued. Not the end of a day. Not the beginning of a day. Her eyes moved slowly around the room. Both. The firelight reflected softly in her glasses. It's a moment between stories. The words felt beautiful. Immediately meaningful. The older woman smiled faintly. Most people arrive here when something is changing. Arthur's piano drifted through the room. Gentle. Confident. The librarian nodded toward him. A dream. A glance toward Maya. A life. Toward Daniel. A relationship. Toward Victor. A future. The room seemed to breathe around them. The older woman continued. They arrived standing between who they were and who they might become. Snow continued falling. Soft. Patient. The librarian's voice remained calm. Almost musical. Midnight understands that feeling. Claire stared toward the window. The explanation wasn't literal. Yet somehow it felt truer than any practical answer. The older woman smiled. I think people need places for transitions. A pause. Places where certainty isn't required. The fire crackled softly. Places where questions are welcome. Claire looked around. The hidden reading room seemed exactly that. A sanctuary for uncertainty. A shelter for unfinished thoughts. A home for people standing at crossroads. The librarian laughed quietly. Or perhaps I'm completely wrong. Claire smiled. I don't think you are. For several moments they stood in silence, watching snow, listening to piano music. Then Claire asked another question, one she hadn't expected. What happens if people stop needing it? The librarian became thoughtful. Long thoughtful. The kind that could not be rushed. Finally she answered. I don't think they will. The certainty surprised her. The older woman smiled. Not this generation. Not the next. Her gaze drifted toward the shelves. People will always lose their way occasionally. The warmth in her voice deepened. And stories will always help them find it again. The sentence lingered. Simple. True. Beautiful. For a while neither spoke. Then something unexpected happened. Arthur stopped playing. The final notes faded gently into silence. The room remained still. Nobody applauded. Nobody moved. The quiet felt complete. Meaningful. After several seconds Arthur stood. Closed the piano lid. Then crossed the room carrying a small notebook. He approached Claire. Smiling. This belongs to you. She blinked. What does? Arthur handed her the notebook. The cover looked familiar, though she couldn't place it immediately. Then she recognized it. The photography notebook she had brought months earlier. The first week of her class. She frowned slightly. I thought I lost this. Arthur laughed. You did. Claire opened it. The pages contained photographs, notes, ideas, observations, moments she had captured while learning. Street lights reflected in rain. People waiting for buses. A bakery window at dawn. Ordinary things. Beautiful things. Things she might once have ignored. For several moments she simply turned pages. The room watched quietly. Patiently. Then she reached the final page. A photograph occupied the center. The library. Maple Street. Snow falling. The brass lamp glowing. The image was beautiful. Beneath it she found a note. Not handwritten. Typed. Tucked carefully into the page. She unfolded it. The message contained only one sentence. No signature. No explanation. Just words. Some doors do not lead somewhere else. They lead you back to yourself. Claire stared. The room seemed very quiet. The fire glowed. Snow drifted beyond the windows. Something inside her settled. Not dramatically. Not emotionally. Settled. Like a book finally placed on the correct shelf. She looked up. Around the room. At every face she had come to know. Arthur. Maya. Victor. Daniel. Helena. Evelyn. The librarian. Stories. All of them. Different journeys. Different questions. Different lives. Yet connected by something fundamental. The courage to keep becoming. The courage to begin again. The courage to remain unfinished. The librarian watched her carefully. Then smiled. The familiar smile. The one that always seemed to arrive at exactly the right moment. Claire laughed softly. A sound of recognition more than amusement. Then she closed the notebook, held it gently, and looked around the hidden reading room one final time. Not because she intended to stop coming. Because she finally understood what she had been seeing all along. The mystery had never been the doorway. Not really. The doorway was only an invitation. The true mystery was human beings. How they carried regret for decades. How they abandoned dreams and rediscovered them. How they lost themselves and found themselves. How they survived heartbreak. How they changed. How they forgave. How they continued. The room contained no magic. No supernatural force. No hidden world. Only stories. Books. Conversations. Attention. And somehow that was enough. More than enough. Outside, snow continued falling across the sleeping city. Inside, the fire glowed warmly. Pages turned. Tea steamed gently from forgotten cups. The clock moved patiently toward morning. And Claire sat among the shelves of the library that opened after midnight, feeling something she had not felt in many years. Not certainty. Something better. Belonging. Not to a place. Not to a room. Not even to a story. Belonging to her own life. At last. The snow drifted downward. The lamps glowed softly. The books waited patiently on their shelves. And somewhere between yesterday and tomorrow, between memory and possibility, between who she had been and who she would become, Claire smiled. The library remained mysterious. The doorway remained unexplained. The midnight room remained exactly what it had always been. A quiet place for people standing at important turning points. A refuge for unfinished stories. A home for second chances. And perhaps that was the answer after all. Not why the library opened after midnight. But why people needed it to. Because there are moments in every life when the world grows quiet enough for us to finally hear ourselves. Moments when we stand between chapters. Moments when we need a warm room, a patient story, and a reminder that it is never too late to begin again. The snow continued falling. The fire continued glowing. The pages continued turning. And somewhere in the peaceful hours after midnight, another visitor would eventually find the doorway between the shelves. Another story would begin. Another life would change, not through magic, but through understanding. The library would be waiting. As it always had. As it always would. And beyond the hidden door, beneath warm lamps and the gentle music of turning pages, the shelves would continue holding a simple truth. Some doors do not lead to another world. They lead back to the person we were always meant to become. The end.